Good morning, Aryavata Sahu, sir.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Till now, 19 participants have joined.
Yes, sir.
हाँ हेलो। हाँ हाँ। हाँ, मेरे पास तो नहीं है, गौरव जी के पास है। ये ठीक। So we are waiting for Professor Chopra to join. Dear participants.
Good morning, Professor Balu Chopri, sir. Good morning, Aryabhatta Sahu, sir.
Good morning, Chapraji. Chapraji, namaste. So, Chapraji, you are on mute. So, please unmute yourself.
So I'll exit here.
So, it's connecting one more time, I think. So, he connected through his mobile.
Sir, actually, he connected through mobile phone, so maybe he will be connecting now through his laptop.
Yeah.
Professor Balu Chopri, sir, can you hear us?
So, please unmute yourself. So, your mic is unmute.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. So, we are able to hear you. So, namaste, Chapraji.
A video, I think, if I press on video,
Yeah.
video setting goes.
The start video, the one button.
एक minute. Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, we are able to hear you.
Huh.
So, namaste, Chopra sir. Welcome to this joint FTP program.
Now we are not able to see the full screen. एक minute. The full screen. Automatic. Automatic.
Sir, there is an option called layout in the top right hand corner, just near the participant list. You can change the layout by clicking over there.
Layout. Okay. Now, yeah.
Yeah, so let me introduce you to our participants. So you better. Okay, so first let me thank you, Professor Chopre, so for agreeing and giving a talk in this. So and Professor Chopre was VC of Baba Sahib Ambedkar Marathwada University, Aurangabad, and former head and faculty of Pune University. He did his MSc Biotechnology from Pune University, PhD from Nottingham University, England. Also, he has a Pogatti Fellow, Illinois University, Chicago. He was part of various high-level technical board or committee related to science and research, mainly focused on biotechnology and bioinformatics. So now he is associated with RFRF Nagpur, and his focus was on global innovation index and how Bharat can contribute towards it, and he inclined towards policy making, incubation center, startups, and data resource for improved research systems. And today talk also it is related to similar kind of things, pathway for research, innovations, and startups. So I think this talk will be very nice. So dear participants, please listen carefully and be interactive. And let me hand over to Professor Chopre, sir.
Okay.
So, Professor,
Thank you.
please, take it.
Okay. Thank you very much. At the outset, I welcome you all for this, I think, today's, I think, faculty development program at the IIT Guwahati. I also congratulate the organizers, I think, of this particular FDP, ICT Academy of IIT Guwahati, organize this kind of the very important, I think, a workshop on research methodology. Before I go to the concepts and principles of research methodology, I'd like to give my background to you, a scientific background to you. Basically, I'm a research scientist, a microbiologist by profession. I did my doctorate in microbiology and molecular biology at the University of Nottingham, England, way back 1983 to 86. And my postdoctoral research work in genetic engineering and molecular biology at the University of Illinois at Chicago. With a very world famous scientist, world famous genetic engineer, and molecular biologist, Professor Anand Mohan Chakravarti. And then I spent my 37 years in Pune University in the field of microbiology, biotechnology, and nanotechnology. As a founding director of Institute of Bioinformatics and Biotechnology, I create a benchmarking of research at undergraduate level in Pune University. This is today, I think, of almost, I think, 2 decades back. And based on this model, in Pune University, the ICER was established. The reason I'm telling all these things to you, to participants, that you must know that I'm talking my practical experiences of research and innovation to you. It's not from the textbook or any other reference. I'll be sharing with you the concepts of research innovation with you. I guided 37 students for doctorate PhD in microbiology and biotechnology and nanotechnology. And 10 postdoc research scientists work with me. And 80 MTech research students by research, complete the research under my guidance. Published more than 150 research papers, Google citation more than 9,000, H&A 53. The point what I want to tell to you, after having worked in 4 decades in India, Europe and America, in the field of research innovation, I realized certain fundamental principles which I would like to share with you. The today's topic, which I will be discussing with you, is the pathways for research and innovation, and also the entrepreneurship. And second half of my lecture will be on mindset for research. So to begin with the first part, the pathways for research and innovation, I believe that professor from IIT Patna, IIT Roorkee, and IIT Guwahati, and there may be many research scholars who have registered for the PhD, must be, I think, present in today's, I think, faculty development program workshop. Let me say pathways of research. I'll say in one sentence, independent thinking is most important pathways of research and innovation. I repeat my sentence. Independent thinking is the most important pathway for research and innovation. And of course, there are a number of pathways for research and innovation. How to conduct the research, how to do the inventions, how to become innovator, how to become a scientist, how to contribute to the new knowledge, and at the same time, what's the philosophy of research and innovation which you like to practice? And therefore, there's a number of pathways which I think we'll be able to discuss in today's, I think, my interaction with you. And I expect your participation in the process, I think, of my lecture. After the end of my lecture, we'll have, I think, a special discussion about this, I think, and whatever, I think, questions you have in your mind, you can able to ask me. Now, it's very important to know that research innovation plays a very, very important role in development of any nation, development of a country, and obviously development, I think, of entire humanity. And let me tell you, research is not confined to any country, any locality, any region, or any continent. It is for the whole world, whole universe, I think. There's no border for research. It's a borderless research, I think. And from that point of view, it's very important that I think that when you see the research methodology workshop, I think, what we'll have to see that I think, what are the, all the basic concepts of research, I think. But it's very, very important to understand the research ecosystem which is present in the country. Because ultimately you're going to do a PhD or postdoctoral research, I think, in various institutes in the country, in India or abroad. You're able to practice research innovation continuously, I think. And I must tell you, research innovation is a continuous process. It's not only for PhD or postdoctoral research or master thesis or MS or MSc by research or MTech by research. It's not only for obtaining a degree. Please keep in mind that research innovation is a continuous process. And therefore, it's very, very important that we shouldn't do research only for the sake of doctorate or the PhD or postdoctoral research or until you get a job. And then you say that, okay, my research is over and now I'll do my job regularly, routinely, and now don't have any research at all. And that is not the case, I think. So therefore, philosophy of research, I think one has to understand that it is a continuous process. One must develop a passion for research, I think. Research should become your profession. Research should become a part of your day-to-day work, I think. Research should become part, I think, of your data routine work, I think. And from that perspective, I think, one has to ask a question, what is the necessity of holding faculty development programs on research methodology? And here, I must tell you some of the observations, I think, which are pertinent in today's, I think, time, I think. India stands fourth in the position in the world in the number of PhD scholars produced per year. And this information has been given by a recent survey of OECD report. OECD report of 2018-2020 has mentioned that India produces 24,000 PhDs per year. And India stands fourth in the position in the world. Which is, of course, it looks, I think, very good to see, I think. But let me tell you, recently, University Grant Commission, New Delhi, has expressed a great concern about the quality of PhD research in India, in Indian universities. And when I say India, I mean not only universities, but research institute, National Research Institute, state research institutes, CSIR, UGC, DST, DBT, ICR, ICMR, IITs, ICERs, so on and so forth, I think. Entire ecosystem comes from there, I think, in that. I have observed that, I think, that one of the concern, I think, for research, I think, in the last 3 to 4 years, last 5 years, is that there has been tremendous increase or hike in PhD registration in India. The 50% hike in PhD registration. And that is a matter of concern, I think, because no doubt, I think that doing PhD is very good. But the sudden hike, I think, in number of PhDs raised some of the questions, I think, about the quality of the PhD work, I think, and outcome, I think, of the PhD work, I think. As we know that quality of PhD research has been falling down in India over the last decade, I think. And that's why this is, I think, a great concern, I think. And what I want to say to you that kind of the topics which you select for the PhD or for the research is constantly deteriorating, I think. And these research topics selected for doctorate, and even for the postdoc research, they do not have any contemporary relevance, no application. And at the same time, it is observed that research in science, technology, and engineering is not very much benefited to the country. Same is, I think, case, I think, with the social sciences, humanities. And there has one important, I think, the very important aspect, I think, and that is the plagiarism, I think. Many theses in Indian universities are filled with plagiarized data, plagiarized content. So question comes, I think, whether doctorate programs are really beneficial to the country. Do they develop new technologies? Do they come out with new inventions? These questions, I think, always come to mind, I think, when you see, I think, the current state of research, I think, in India, I think, with respect, I think, to the PhD research, postdoctoral research, I think, in our country. And therefore, in 2020, National Education Policy of Government of India has come out with a national education policy. And national education policy has studied all these, I think, the drawbacks of research and innovation in India, in Indian universities and research institute, and come out, I think, with, very, I think, important, I think, observation. And now, as per the NEP 2020, University Grant Commission, and all other bodies, like, for example, now is going to be the National Higher Education Commission of India. ICT is going to be merged into the UGC. They're not going to valid now in sport, I think. And the new entity called as National Higher Education Commission of India is going to come. It's approved in principle. And the process, I think, of the formation is going on, I think. There only one body in the country for higher education. And that is, I think, a great step, I think, which was taken, I think, by the NEP 2020 in general, by the government of India. And at the same time, national education policy has given tremendous importance for reorientation of PhD program. Reorientation. I do not know how many participants are aware, I think, in that, all this, I think, all these, I think, developments, I think, And tremendous importance is given to the credit-based courses, credit courses introduced in PhD throughout the country, in all universities, from universities to the IITs, to all, I think. And remember, when you register for the PhD, the registration criteria was going to be different. For example, the new concept called as a undergraduate degree by research. 4-year undergraduate research degree program is introduced. And at the end of the 4th year, you do research, continue first, second, third year, but 4th year dedicated entirely for research. And the student is supposed to write a thesis, a research thesis for undergraduate degree, publish a paper in international or national journals, get a patent, and like PhD open defense, you, I think, defend your, I think, thesis for the degree, and you get BS degree in research, BS by research. Such student can directly register for PhD program in the country. A paradigm shift in PhD research, I'm telling you. Paradigm shift, I think. If they do want to masters, only 1 year by research, entire work master by research. Across the country, I'm telling you. In view of the background, now the current reorientation concept for the PhD program consists of, I think, that the when students are registered for the PhD from 2022 onwards, they'll be taught number of credit courses, I think, for as a prerequisite for the PhD program. And this consists of, I think, the pedagogy of the teaching and research. They're taught, I think, about the concept of writing, scientific writing, which is of paramount importance, I think, for the in science, I think. They're taught about the communication. They're taught about education. They're taught, I think, about the teaching. And at the same time, so they'll be developed the concepts like pedagogical practices. They are also be exposed to the concept of designing the curriculum. Also exposed to the credible evaluation system. And of course, they were exposed to the communication. Now, what I want to say to you is that beside this, a PhD scholar is going to teach minimum, say, for example, say, for example, 3 hours in a week as a graduate teaching assistant. For example, I am, I think, doing research in genetic engineering in university or IIT, anywhere in the country, or research institute. I work, I think, from, say, 12 hours a day, 5 years in a year. I get so much knowledge. I write the papers, publish the papers, I get the patent, I do matter of invention. But I never ever share, I think, with your colleagues or with the students in the university. Besides independent research. So now a PhD scholar has to teach the 2 to 3 lectures per week in the area of his specialization. It's called as graduate teaching assistant, I think, in that. And therefore, these are paradigm shifts, I think, in that. And the thesis is going to be a minimum size, I think. I live in Pune University. The size of thesis of my student in Pune University is 110 pages. Not, I think, 400 and 500 pages, the big volumes, I think. 110 pages containing 8-10 research publications, compiled together, introduction, and thesis read in Pune University. Based on the published work, what is there, you put into thesis, I think, thesis is ready, I think I'm telling you. New paradigm shift into the writing the thesis, I'm telling you. And therefore, I feel that I think, this kind, I think of the, this kind, I think, of the developments are happening in the country. And now, Government of India is now planning to have the national entrance test for doctorates in sciences, engineering, technology, social sciences, so on and so forth. Besides, I think, independent, I think, advertisement, I think, of the IITs or ICERs, I think, our universities, our central universities, our private universities, or state universities. So these are new, I think, developments in the country, which you must be able to know, I think. Now, it's very, very important to understand, I think, in that. I would like to say that the explosion of knowledge, I think. And as a research student, it is a paramount important to understand the explosion of knowledge created in science and technology, and particularly in your domain, I think. A recent report says that, I think, see, for example, in last 2 years, during Corona time, 40% data has been generated in the last 2 years. You can able to imagine the quantum of research being generated, the quantum of data being generated over the last 2 years. 40% of the total data is generated last 2 years. And every minute, hundreds of papers are published in science and technology. And of course, other branches, I think, in general. Recent reports say that if you see the internet or Google, you'll find that if you see a day, 7 billion researches of research are done per day on internet. 7 billion searches. Can you imagine amount of science being researched, amount of research being uploaded, amount of research being studied, amount of research being communicated, and amount of research innovation being, I think, being practiced by the people. On our internet, 7 billion people search every year about research papers. I say that explosion of knowledge, I think, and therefore, as a research scholar, there is a new concept, I think, which I'm going to come to tell to you. And that is, I think, when you say that a knowledge doubling curve, every researcher, every PhD scholar, every postdoctoral scientist, and every teacher must remember the knowledge doubling curve. And for your information, if you see the early science in 19th century, 1900, you'll find that human knowledge used to double after, say, for example, 100 years. If you take the 1700, 1800, 1900, during that time, general knowledge used to double after every 100 years. After Second World War, 1945 onwards, the knowledge doubled up to every 25 years. And then after 1950, you'll find that it took almost, as she said, 1980s. It took 2 years for doubling of the knowledge, I think. And I feel like nanotechnology or genetic engineering, you'll see that it requires, I think, 13 years, I think, to double the knowledge. And according to recent discovery of IBM, who is originator, I think, of the Internet of Things, doubling of knowledge now takes place of every 12 hours. So by the time you sleep in the night and get up, infinite amount of knowledge has been done, published, communicated in the world, I think. And from that point of view, what I want to say that explosion of knowledge, I think. And therefore, I think, a researcher, a research scholar must be, I think, very, very aware how to keep update with the explosion of knowledge in your area of research, I think. And therefore, when you register for the PhD or postdoctoral research or a master degree for by research, you have to keep in mind that this research is not only for, I think, a degree. Degree is one of the outcome. Attaining the degree is one of the outcome of research. And therefore, please think in a broad way. Object of research is not only degree, it's not only publishing a research paper in national and international journal, and or write a patent, get a patent, and or publish your thesis. And obviously, you get your degree. But I believe as a scientist, as a researcher, objectives of research are behind. I believe that if you see the PhD, Doctor of Philosophy, so to me, you become a philosopher of knowledge in that domain, in that area, in that specialization, in the area of your research. You become philosopher, you become authority, you become most knowledgeable. And people ask, your doctorate in nanotechnology, your doctorate in genetic engineering, you have contributed significantly in new research, innovation, I think. So you are a great man. You have contributed for the humanity. When my professor Anand Mohan Chakravarti got first patent of the genetically engineered microorganisms in Chicago, University in Chicago, in 1980, no American believed into the patent. How come such patent can be granted to microorganism? Nobody believed in America. But American court, the patent office granted the patent based on science, concept of science, I think. And now, patenting our live microorganism in genetic engineering is a practice all over the world. Of course, except India. In India, we cannot grant the live organisms. You can patent the live organisms. But in America and Europe, the live microorganisms are patented, I think, now in the field of genetic engineering. The point what I want to say to you, objective of PhD is becoming a philosopher, being an expert. Now, when I say expert, it's not only for a particular 3-year, 4-year topic of research or your degree. It continuously goes throughout your life, I think. Continues throughout your life, I think. So research becomes a passion. Research becomes, I think, your day-to-day activity. Research becomes a main focus of your work. And you all as a researcher are what you call as a scientist. So journey of a scientist is not only for the degree are not only, I think, first in research methodology, but my friends, becomes part of your life, I think. I remember when I was a small child, I didn't know what is science and engineering and medical and research and PhD and product research. But my mind was telling me, I want to be a researcher. I want to be, I think, a scientist, I think. So that kind of thinking that you want to be researcher, you want to be a scientist, you want to create some new research, innovation, that has to be always nurtured in your mind, I think. And therefore, when you register for a PhD or postdoc research, your objective should not be confined only to the degree, I think. One must be able to ask a question, I think. How can I contribute, I think, to the research and innovation, I think. How can I do a creative work? How can I make a big discoveries, I think. How can I develop the new theories, I think. How can I do the how can I develop new concepts? And remember, when a question comes of theory or theories, I think, I'll say that, give example of a thread. Suppose one thread, I think, is like a research, like one invention. If you see the thread in the air from long distance, you don't recognize that thread by eyes. But if you put a second thread, third, fourth, fifth thread, slowly, as you put more and more threads, and then if you try to, put them together, it creates, I think, a rope, I think, and the rope becomes visible. And rope is like a theory, thread like, I think, a small invention, I think. So when small inventions, small researches come together and they form, I think, a big, I think, concept that, a number of concepts come together and they form a theory, I think. And therefore, I'm telling to you, the journey of research is a continuous process. The journey of innovation is a continuous process. In India, people think that my PhD is over. Now I think I'm becoming a lecturer in college, I think at university. Now I think I don't have to do research. No. The fact that you opt for a doctorate, the fact that you opt for research, that means, I think, in that, you want to be, I think, a researcher, or you're trained as a researcher, I think, in the field. And wherever you go, your job, maybe, I think, industry, again, research-oriented job, or go, I think, to the technology, again, research-oriented job, or go into university, or IIT, again, research-oriented job. And that research is not only for degree, it is for the creation of a knowledge, creation of technology, creation of inventions, I think, I'm telling you. I had that as a small boy, a dream of becoming scientist, without knowing what is, I think, science. But that was my intuition, I think. And when I stood first in university in BSc microbiology, I didn't go to the medical science because I want to be a researcher. So I came to fundamental science and became a microbiologist, I think, And at that time, I think I was very clear. I want to go abroad, Europe, and do my doctorate, I think, in microbiology, and become like Louis Pasteur. That particular feeling was imbibed in me right from my childhood. It's not that I went for England and obtained my doctorate, I think, just like that. I had the passion that I want to create you. I want to innovate you. I want to be researcher. I want to be scientist, I think. And therefore, the question comes, I think, the question comes, I think, what is the research, I think, in that? What is the research? What do you mean by research, I think, in that? All of you know what is the research, I think. So, see, basically, as you know that, the research is logical and systematic research, I think. It's a logical, based on logic. And the branch called logic in social sciences. Unfortunately, the logic is not taught to scientists. They're taught to social scientists, a social scientist, I think. Now, besides logic, this is also, I think, is a systematic research, I think, in that. On a particular area, particular theme, particular topic, particular information, or particular, I think, question. And remember, day-to-day life, number of things happen, I think. A new problem comes, new phenomena comes, new process happens in our life, I think. And then we have to find, I think, whenever a difficulty comes, any problem comes, new phenomena comes, I think, how we can able to find a solution to the problems. That also we have to think, I think, and from that point of view, I think, from that point of perspective, I think, it's very, very important to understand, I think, the kind of research. I'll say the fundamental research. And the fundamental research also called, I think, as a basic research. If we see STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, this comes under the fundamental research. And remember, engineering is application of fundamental science. Engineering application of mathematics and physics and chemistry. Medical, same. Medical is application of biology, mathematics, and physics. Agriculture, application of biology, physics, and chemistry, so on and so forth. So one has to understand that the fundamentals of research are of paramount importance in that. And remember, if you are doing research, I think engineering, or medical, or agriculture, or in technology, remember, fundamental principles of science plays most important role, I think. We have Tata Institute of Fundamental Research, TFR Mumbai. And they do research in physics, in chemistry, in biology, in molecular biology, in nanotechnology, in virology, and so on and so forth, I think. Fundamental research. Again, within the physics, large number of specializations, I think, in that, including the nuclear physics. So fundamental research, which is called, I think, as a basic research, I think, in that. Now, at the same time, and I believe that fundamental research is very necessary. Without fundamental research, we cannot make the discoveries. And the second type of research comes, I think, applied research, I think. Applied research, or which is called as application-oriented research. And applied research, I think, you'll find that, I think, it could be, I think, any application of science comes under applied research, I think. Now, also there is one kind of research called, I think, as a quantitative research. And in quantitative research, based, I think, on the, based, I think, based, I think, on that, I think, your, what you call, I think, that, numerical values, or which is non-descriptive, I think, is mostly mathematical, mostly non-descriptive, which consists of a large amount of advanced statistics and maths, I think, And at the same time, it also consists of large number of, charts, figures, tables, and graphs, I think that. So one of the benefits, I think, of quantitative research is highly conclusive. And always ask a question: what, where, when, how? So these things are covered. The questions are covered: what, when, how, why. When you say quantitative research, I think, these questions always, always come to mind, I think. And when you say qualitative research, it's kind, I think, it's a non-numerical. It's opposite, I think, to the quantitative research, I think. Qualitative research is mostly, I think, a descriptive. It's not much mathematical, I think. And of course, it applies the reasoning. There is reasoning in qualitative research. And instead of numbers, they use the words. They write. And the whole objective is to get, I think, to describe the situation or event or a phenomena in terms, I think, in that, in terms, I think, the information. And basically, this qualitative research is exploratory. It's a primary research. And this exploratory research does help further for the other kinds of research, I think. And many times what happens in social science and many other branches, I think, of knowledge creation, that this mixed kind of research. It's a fundamental research. It's applied research. It's qualitative research. And part of it could also be the qualitative research, I think, or quantitative research, I think. So this is what we call as mixed research, I think. There's one more category of research, what is called, I think, what is, I think, called, I think, is, I think, is called, I think, as a theoretical research. I must tell you, the thing called theoretical biology, theoretical physics, theoretical scientist. Einstein was a theoretical physicist who got Nobel Prize. Watson and Crick proposed structure of the DNA was based on theoretical observations, not on practical experimentation at all. So theoretical research is also, I think, is a very important branch of science. From biology to physics to mathematics to anything, I think, the theoretical science, theoretical research plays, I think, very, very important part. Also, is one part called as empirical research, I think. And this empirical research is a very general term. जिसे हम कहते हैं स्व अनुभव, its own realization through your observations, through your own research, I think. And from that point of view, I'll say that these are different types of research, I think. But what is most important thing to me? What is most important thing to me in case of research, I think, actually, is I think the development of cognitive thinking. Cognitive capacities, I think, are very important, I think. Now, before that, I must say, I think, we always say of research, I think, research. Now, what is the difference between research and innovation? What is innovation? Can you become innovator? Can a PhD student can be innovator? Or can PhD student only remain, I think, a PhD scholar or who gets doctorate? And therefore, if you see, dissect the word research, research, re-search, research. You search it again and again and again and again for a number of times until you find what you want or until you get answer of your question. Research, again and again and again, number of times. And remember that in research, when you do research, say in science and technology or engineering or medical, they do contribute to new knowledge. They also contribute to new discoveries. But remember, my friends, it's incremental. Incremental mean thereby that it adds to the little new knowledge into the subject. Maybe, for example, one may publish a research, when we do research in doctorate, and follow to that, I think, can contribute, I think, to the publication in good research journal. And then you say that it has been shown that this and that by previous research workers. In my case, I found this, I think, a new observation, I think, the new finding is that, which is very interesting in that, and which I'm writing in the form of the paper, I think. So yours is the new ISO work, but that's incremental. It's not totally new. But in case of invention, I think, invention is totally original, new discovery. Invention is totally new. It's not research. Of course, research will lead to invention. Remember, pathway of innovation start from research. The pathway of innovation start from research. And researcher become innovator in the process, I think, of research development. Not immediately, it's not that you do something and you become innovator, I think. You have to research in the field, in the domain knowledge for a number of years, I think. You develop new insights, new ideas, new concepts, new theories, and then that may result into the, for example, I think the innovation, I think. So innovation is the original invention, original discovery, which is not done before by anybody. And that's invention. And remember, inventions are always original, and therefore they are patentable, and therefore they're more applicable, I think. For example, internet is invention. So therefore, one has to understand that to be an innovator, you have to work consistently for long period of time, large number of years, and be innovative, be original, and make, I think, original contribution, original, I think, the invention. And remember, inventions are always patentable. Incremental research may not be patentable, but inventions are patentable. They are patented. And that's why inventions are more important. Inventions are not done before. When I say I'm innovator, that means I have found out something new, which is not known before, which nobody has done before. And therefore, I'm the innovator. I have found something new. For example, I give a simple example to you. For example, a COVID vaccine is invention. Oxford University developed, I think, the vaccine for the COVID. It's invention of a group of scientists. It's not just one scientist, I think. This team of scientists at Oxford University worked day and night, I think, did genome sequencing, I think, corona 19. And based, I think, principles drug design and the principles, I think, of the vaccine design and principle, they developed the vaccine, I think, in within years time, I think, which nobody has done before. And therefore, they got patent on corona vaccine. And because of their patent, they got, I think, market all over the world, I think. Bharat Biotech in Hyderabad is the first industry in India who got patent for corona-19 virus, a live virus, vaccine of live attenuated virus, first time in the world. And Covaxin has been used all over the world. It's invention of scientists by the Bharat Biotech industry in India, Hyderabad. Now, suppose if I publish just a paper on corona-19 on genome sequence, it is research. I may publish a paper on corona-19 genome sequence. So, and I'll say that, okay, in genome sequence, I got this, I think, new observations. And these observations I'm reporting in the pharma paper. So what? They are there in the nature. Remember, all the principles are there in the nature. Corona is 19 there in the nature. It's not new to the nature. But what is new for research for us, for humans, that we deciphered We studied. We isolated DNA genome, I think, of Corona-19. We sequenced Corona-19. We analyzed the sequence, interpreted the sequence, and we said that, Corona-19, genome of Corona-19 virus is like this and this and this. It's a following, I think, features, I think. And public paper, that become, I think, research. But after that, developing further advanced technologies and developing a vaccine becomes a product, becomes an invention, becomes a patent. And therefore, in the pathways of research, I must tell you, you always must go vertically. Always go vertically. Never ever goes horizontally. Horizontal thing pays short, pays less. Most of research in Indian science, Indian universities, is horizontal in the nature. And when I say horizontal, I mean it's not deep. So say, for example, if you go vertically down, say, for example, I'll give a simple example to you. Suppose you want to find a water. You want to find a water. And if you go horizontally, remove the soil and the earth, I think, horizontally, you're not able to find a water. But if you go vertically at the same place, more and more and more and more deep, you will be able to discover you will be able to find the water, I think. Same is concept with the research and invention. In case of invention, you have to go more deep, more deep, more deep, vertical. Deep understanding of the subject, deep work, I think, of subject, I think. So it's very important to understand that whether you want to be innovator or you want to research. For research, we use scientists or researchers. And for those who make inventions, they make innovators. Like Facebook is innovator. It's innovation. Our recent development, I think, the Meta, by the same, I think, a company, Metaverse, is innovation. Take engineering, take space technology, take any branch of engineering or medical, the development of new device, new instrument, new technology is invention. So one has to understand the basic difference between the research and innovation. But remember, the pathway of innovation goes through research, I think. Our research leads to innovation, provided if you work consistently over the long period of time. And that's very important pathway, I think, of research, I think. Very important pathway of research, I think. Now, in another important, so I told you that independent thinking is the most important pathway of research. The problem with our research in general, we don't think. We don't think, I think, independently. I remember when a student comes to the university for doctorate, first thing they say that with the folded hand, "Sir, I'm new for research. Kindly help me. You tell me what to do. Can you tell me what can I do for my PhD?" These are the questions asked by students in engineering India. Question comes, is this a passion of the research? Is this research a mindset? I believe that a student must come with a large number of questions, large number of problems in the mind, and discuss with the professor, "Sir, I have these, I think, questions in my mind. I have these ideas in my mind. I want to discuss with you, and I want to, have your opinion about this, I think, That never happens. We think that I am new, I do not know. And professor only tell what to do. And further, he say that, "Sir, I want to work in your area only." And when professor asks, why you want your area? Sir, you have published very much in this area. So I want to work in this area. And this is not research, I'm telling you. I'm telling you, a student must come independently. A student must develop the problem independently. And therefore, I'll say that identification of the problem is important pathway for research and innovation. You must be able to develop your own problem. You must be able to locate your own problem. So you must be able to think what you like very much, I think. What is your interest? What you like very much? What you want to do? What area of research you want to pursue? What kind of think of the place you want to join for research? What's the objective of what is the next to my research? What's the object I think of your research? Is it only for the degree? Is it only for getting the job? Or you want to embark your life, or career, on research area as a scientist? What do you want to be? Or you want to become just assistant professor in college and say that my PhD is over, now I got a job, and now I think my life is over, life is settled. What's the object of doing research, I think? And I believe that most of the people do research for the sake of getting job. And my friend, I'm not against that. If you do good research, you'll obviously get a job. It's obvious. If you do good research, good innovation, job will come to you. You don't have to go to a job. But you have to have that kind of mindset, I think. That kind of approach, that kind of thinking, that kind of independent analysis in your mind, I think. When students come to Pune University for doctorate in microbiology, biotechnology, and nanotechnology, many students, they say that, sir, you have very high publications and you are, foreign education. I want to work only with you. They ask a question, but have you thought anything what you want to do? Then they say that, sir, we haven't thought what we want to do. So what you have thought? Sir, you are so good, I think, you are very helpful, I think, and we like you very much. You taught us, and I want to work only with you. I say, my friend, I appreciate, I think, good feeling about me. But you are going to get PhD, you are going to research. So what is your idea for research? Do you have any ideas? Have you done literature search? Have you written the review? Have you read the papers? Have you made the plan of your work? Have you decided your problem? Have you prepared a hypothesis? And I must tell you, the students, they say that, sir, I do not know what is hypothesis. So you tell me what is hypothesis. Student has come for the PhD. He JRF NET. UG says are NET JRF. And student is saying, sir, I do not know what is hypothesis. Sir, I'm new for PhD research. You tell me. I have passed examination. You tell me now how it is, how to do. And I tell you, this fact clearly indicate that, and this is scenario across the country, I'm telling you. I've seen the Pune University, I've seen, I think, the state, another universities, center universities, IITs, everywhere more or less same picture, I think. A student come to professor gives a topic, this is topic for your research, you work in my lab, you go and do literature search and start your work. I tell you, this is not the pathway of research, I'm telling you, I think. And therefore, hypothesis, developing independent hypothesis is important pathway of research. Developing independent hypothesis, locating the problem, developing the problem, converting problem to hypothesis is important pathway of research for a student. And for that purpose, I am telling you, my dear friends, You must be able to think independently and do and decide what you want to be. And for the purpose, you'll have to study, you'll have to think, you have to ask questions to yourself, you have to write, you have to compile, you have to see what is missing gap in literature, what is not known, what is current situation, I think, in the particular area, I think, of your subject. Write a review, develop a future prospectus. And once you write a review, and then you find out missing link in the literature, the thing is not known in literature and the domain area, then you thought that, oh, this is not known, and therefore this could be done. Ask questions and develop your questions, develop your problem. And by that way, you develop your predictive hypothesis. And then go and say, Professor, sir, I have studied, I think, I have thought very carefully. I've done search, I think, for 3 months to 4 months, I think. Sir, I want to give a presentation to you. Could you please listen to me, I think. And I tell you, my friends, that is the pathway, I think, of the research. You discuss with the professor that this is what I want to do. Is it feasible? Is it right? Is my hypothesis correct? Do you think I should be able to modify the hypothesis in that? You modify why it is like this, I think. Is it feasible in the laboratory? Can I collaborate? Can I have some guest worker in the other foreign laboratories or national laboratories, I think, besides our lab, I think, that kind of questions will immediately bring to notice of your research guide, and the research guide say that the student has a spark. He is genuinely interested, I think, that, and yes, he wants to work in this area. I'll support him. So take supervisor with you, with your idea, your concept, your liking, your hypothesis, your problem. I remember when I went to England for a doctorate in microbiology and molecular biology in 1983. 37 years back when England. And at that time, India was just hardly 40 years independent, I think, has done. And microbiology was not very common much in India, though I was from Pune University. But I was very sure that before I went to England, I studied 35 papers, I think, from international research journals. By going to Pune University Library and National Chemical Laboratory, Pune, wrote a review, thought quite a lot, developed my own problem, selected my own topic of research independently. Then I wrote to the professor in England, okay, this is what I want to do. Is it possible to do with you? And is my idea, it seems, I think, right. But do you think it's correct, I think? The British professor said that, have you done PhD before? I said, no, I had not done PhD before. I'm just young, I think 25 years old, I think assistant professor in Pune University. And I want to come to England for PhD, I think, in your university with you, your laboratory in this area. So you see, then he said to me, that seems, I think, very interesting, I think, So after doing a lot of literature search, review literature, writing the paper, finding the problem, discussing the problem, developing the hypothesis, with all the preparation, I went to England. I was not registered for PhD in India or England. And on the first day when I met professor, I told my professor, sir, if you permit me, I'd like to give 1 hour presentation to you. What is my idea of my research? An Indian student going to England, advanced country, advanced universities, and telling British professor, I want to tell you what I want to do. What is my idea? And I remember 7 September 1983, I gave 1 half-hour lecture to British professors in Department of Microbiology, University of Nottingham. And I told them, this is a literature search, this is review literature, these things are not known, this is the experimental system, this is my hypothesis, and this is what I want to that the British professors stand. I'm telling you, this is what is called as a pathway of research, independent thinking, and developing the problem. And my friends, the same problem was granted by my professor, I think, in that, by my professor. I am in webinar, I'll call later. This is how I think, this is how I think it was, I think, how it was, I think. And then The same problem was accepted by my professor on the first day. On the second day, I continued the problem for, I think, my doctorate. I got my PhD, published in international publications on the topic, came back to India, and last the 37 years, I have been working in the same area, the name of vector called Acinetobacter species, last 37 years. Most of my publications are in the single bacterium, Acinetobacter bacterium. This is what is called as contribution to science, I'm telling you. Who told me to select the bacterium? Who told me? Number of Professor Cambridge, Oxford told me, you work on Escherichia coli, work on Vibrio cholerae. I told them, look, I want to select bacterium, which nobody has studied before. The reason I'm telling you, as a young researcher, young student, young teacher, I thought that if I select a new system, which nobody has done before, whatever I will do will be first in the world. So I'll get a lot of credit. I'll be famous. I'll get honor. And I'm proud to say that I am now the world authority in the bacterium, Acinetobacter chalcosticus, I think. Large number of discoveries invention came from the bacterium. I'm telling you. So this all become possible because of self-determination, what you want. What is your interest, I think. I didn't listen to my professor, this is your topic of research in that. The point I'm telling you, and therefore developing a hypothesis is important pathway of research innovation, I think. Rather, I'll say that the first step of research, you develop one problem. Like I develop my own problem. Same thing happened in America. When I went to America for a food research work, Professor Anand Mohan Chakravarti, the editor of Gene Engineering Research Journal, he gave me some problem. And I told Professor Anand Chakravarti, my literature idea and my own independent thing is, sir, the problem what I given, I respect it, it's good. But I don't think it's going to work. And he said that, Professor Chopre, I was in Pune University, he said, how can you say like that? Sir, literature say that this is not going to work. As per literature, I think. And it's my convention that it's not going to work in that. I spent, I think I tell you now, one year just like that. And ultimately I came to conclude this was a wrong idea. Idea is not to blame the professor. That one day I went to Professor Anand Chakravarti and told him postdoc research. I was Fogarty International Research Fellow at University of Illinois. I'm only one from India, 10 from all over the world. Highly prestigious fellowship of Government of America. $100,000 per year was the fellowship. And I was recipient of that fellowship. Then I went politely and told Professor Chakravarti, sir, I think, no problem. I think, sir, I learned from that one thing that did not work. Is my objective, is my outcome. No problem. I am not, I think, discouraged. But now I want to talk to you. Give me your 1 hour tomorrow. I am telling you, I gave 1 hour presentation for Anand Mohan Chakravarti, the editor of Gene in America, genetic engineering, and told him that I want to study the RAS oncogene homologue of humans in bacteria. Now, RAS oncogenes are genes for the cancer in the humans. And I had read, I think, in the literature, in the research publication, in the reviews, that RAS oncogenes are homologues, I think, in some of the microorganisms. I was working with bacterium called as Pseudomonas aeruginosa. I say that, is it possible to have the RAS oncogene homologues into the cancer gene homologues into bacteria? And when I gave the presentation, all the scientists, postdoctoral scientists, PhD scholars, and professors, they laughed. They say, Professor Chopre, how come you can imagine like this? I think it's wrong. What you thought is wrong? I just smiled. I said, 1996 Nobel Prize has gone to RAS oncogene. So RAS oncogenes are well established in case of humans. I am not saying that bacteria has a cancer. I am not saying that RAS oncogene is going to be in the bacteria. What I am saying is that homologue of the RAS oncogene which has 90 to 92% similarity, may exist in case, I think, of the bacteria. Pseudomonas aeruginosa. And that may have important role in the cell division of the bacterium. That is what I am saying. And that makes act as a, like ATP, guanosine triphosphate molecule like this, hydrolysis of GTP, I think. This is what I am saying. So idea that homolog of Rasankojin. And I think nobody believed into this, I am telling you. And I am telling you, I say that, sir, give me just 6 months, I think. I had clear idea. I had review with me. Review means I did review myself. I studied, actually microbiologist. I studied 300 papers of human genetics, transdisciplinary research, wrote a review. And I realized that this is not known, this is not known, this is not known, this is not known, this is not known. I ask questions about that, develop my problem. And within 6 months, I could able to, I think, isolate a progene from bacterium at University of Illinois in Chicago. And then, I decided to collaborate with Nobel laureate, Arthur Cornwell, at University of Stanford. Again from literature, professor didn't tell me. So I realized that paper published in Nature said that Ras oncogenes, I think, in E. coli too, in other bacteria. Can I use, I think, that antibody, I think, of that Ras oncogene of E. coli into my bacterium? I wrote to Arthur Cornwell, Nobel laureate, without knowledge to my professor. Sir, I want to collaborate with you. Could you please send me sample, I think, of the antibody developed in your laboratory plus Ras oncogene? I want to test against my Ras oncogene. Arthur Cornwell said that, yes, I will send. I got the antibody. Within the next 24 days, after 24 hours, I did the experiment. I got positive result. I wrote Arthur Cornwell, the antibodies are working with my progene. That means my progene is a union. Now we have proved that human oncogene, what is there in the humans, is also in the bacteria. I published paper, I think, in the International Research Journal, a very high impact journal of bacteriology, I think, with Anand Mohan Chakravarti. And Arthur Cornwell cited paper 7 times. Nature said paper 7 times. The point I'm telling you is intuition. This is intuition I'm telling you. My mind is telling that this may happen, that I think, why not to try, I'm telling you. This is independent thinking. My professor did not tell. My colleague did not tell. Postdoctoral scientist did not tell. Research student did not tell. My mind told, this is possibility, why not to try? This is power of independent thinking. What I'll call, I think, as a intuition, I think. So my next principle, intuition plays a very, very important role in the development of pathways of research innovation, I think. You must believe into intuition. What we say, gut feeling, is nothing but intuition, I'm telling you that. And the intuition comes by your commitment, by your devotion, by your knowledge, and by, you must, I think, what I'm saying, that the pathway of research innovation, that you must submerge in the area of your research. You must immersify into area of your research and innovation, I'm telling you. What you do, you must immerse into that area, I'm telling you. And that is how I think that, by intuitive abilities, I think, you could able to recognize, I think, the new ideas and new thoughts, I think, in that, new principles, I think, new ideas, new thoughts, new principles, I think, the point I'm telling to you that, and therefore, had I not thought, I think, independently, had I not, I think, believed in my belief, I think, to the most what would have happened, I think, it would have gone wrong, no problem. But my mind was ready, even if it goes wrong, I have some another idea, another, I think, concept related to it. I can do that. And ultimately in science, what is the most important? Do, try, and get. Do, try, get. Try, do, and get. So science is always, I think, experimental. Research always experimental. Even the failure teaches you. Even the failure teach you how not to go about the particular area. We must learn from the failure. I always say, when an experiment goes wrong, I always tell the student, don't worry, you learn something out of that, that is not the way to do the research by that way. So you learn from this. So failure also is important. We must learn from the failure, I think. And therefore, I believe that understanding the failure, accepting failure is important pathway for research and innovation. Failure is important pathway because you realize that this is not the path to go. And as I said to you, one important part of research innovation is this, you see, you select a new area, new topic, new discipline, new domain. I remember one common philosophy of research, I must tell you that whenever you go, I think, for research now, people try to follow the conventional research, I think. The research in which I think the leads are there, theories are there, ideas are there, work is there, publications are there. But is it possible to identify a new research area, new research theme, new research problem, which nobody has done before? I'll call this as an unknown pathway. And therefore, developing or following unknown pathway is important pathway for research innovation. That it develop a new problem, unknown pathway. See, generally people walk to the road which is already traveled by thousands of people, millions of people. In research, you develop your own path by selecting idea, selecting the concept, selecting hypothesis independently. And when you publish, then that pathway becomes open to others and people will follow you. See, now I have 9,000 citations. 9,000 scientists have referred my work. I have more than 7,500 research-grade citations. Because people have realized work done by Professor Chopade is of fundamental importance. And therefore, 7,500 scientists all over the world all have been referred my work in that in ResearchGate, I think. And that indicates, I think, importance of your work, I think. It's simply because I found a new path, independent path, new line of research, which is not followed by anybody previously, I think. And that is what I think is the important pathway, I think, of research, I think. So these leads, so finding a new pathway of research is again an important step, I think, for research innovation, I think. And this is how, I think, you must be able to see. So what I want to say to you, I made a first sentence in the beginning, I think. Independent thinking is the first pathway of research. And my friends, let me tell you, the training of the mind. Independent thinking is a very, very important, I'll call it cognitive skill. And the development of cognitive skills are very important for development of research and innovation, I think. Friends, we think only for a short time. We think only for, I think, given experiment. We think only, I think, say, for example, I think, a research paper, I think, or degree, or, okay, my degree for 3 years for PhD, and then I get job, I think, and then I forget. We never think about that, I think. But I am telling you, you must live with the research problem. You must be able to live with research ideas, research concepts, research philosophy, and then able to think independently. And remember that human mind, I'm using the word, human mind has infinite knowledge. I repeat my sentence, human mind has infinite knowledge. Open your brain, open your mind, ask questions. And remember, it's not that you sit calm and quietly think and immediately my question comes to mind, I think. You have to train your brain, train your mind, I think, actually, that, train the brain, I think, And what happens, I'm telling you, by that way, slowly, today you thought something, you didn't get any idea. Tomorrow, day after tomorrow, next week, next month, 3 months, 4 months, 6 months, 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, 4 year, 5 years, 20 years, continuously develop thinking in the areas of your interest, I think. And by that way, one can develop, one can able to expand the brain capacity of your, I think, yourself, I think, brain capacity. And by that way, new neural networks are developed, I'm telling you. And what happens once you train your brain for thinking, remember that thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands ideas come from your mind, from your brain, I think. And remember, in fraction of nanosecond, a new idea comes and disappears. A new idea comes and disappears. Millions and millions of ideas come from the brain. We never notice, my friends, I'm telling you. So that's what I'm telling you. Thinking is the most important pathway for research or innovation, I think. If you want to be a research scientist, if you want to be innovator, if you want to be creative, I think, you must be able to immerse with that, I think, area, that domain, that knowledge, I think, continuously, and think about that. I remember even when I walk, I think, I mean, thousands of ideas come to mind, I think, about research, about innovation. Sometimes I wonder, I'm walking on the road, let me, I think, walk properly, I think. But mind doesn't stop because mind has been trained, I think, to think, I think, continuously, I think. And remember, billions thought comes to your mind, I think. Can you jot down the ideas? In the area, think about domain. In the area of your expertise, I think, jot down the idea, 1 idea, 2 idea, 3 idea, 4 idea, ideas, jot together, I think, in that now. And ultimately, in the course of time, you may get large number of ideas which you develop concept, develop into the theories, I think. In that. This is the pathway I'm telling to you. And what is happening in Indian research, I think, particularly, is my observation, my friend, that, we are not trained to think, I'm telling you. Professor said that I will do this, do this, do this. Students say, how nice is professor. He's telling me everything. He's very kind. He's telling me everything, what to do. I'm so lucky. I got such a professor, I think. But he's killing. He's killing your, I think, your brain. He's not allowing you to think, I think. He may get a paper along with you. Publication, he may get along with you because he's telling you do this, do this, do this. And you think that, oh, my professor is very great. He tells me everything. So he is making you labor. You are doing labor, producing the research paper, and you think that my professor is great. Ask question to mind. Has a professor trained you to think? Is this a challenge of research? Is this a pathway of research? No, my friends, I'm telling you. And therefore, always, make sure that develop more and discuss more and more and more with professor. Rather, discuss every day with professor. And therefore, when I say reorientation of PhD program, here idea that every professor, a research guide must engage with the PhD students. I'm with the word must engage every day. Idea is not just making technicians do this, do this, do this. We don't want to make technicians. Idea that what new idea came to you? How you design the new experiment? How you modify the experiment? How innovatively I think able to develop your experiment? How you could able to interpret in different way? What different logic was used by you? What parameters were changed by you? Can you have paradigm shift in design of investment? So many things can be done when you do yourself independently. And remember, that inspires confidence. Independent thinking inspires the confidence. And once you inspire the confidence, I can do it. I tell you that, the pathway of research becomes open. I'm telling you. You just run across the pathway. I'm telling you. When I say run, I mean do experimentation, I think. Do the experimentation. One after another, one after another, one after a series of experimentation, I think that now. And you realize that, you're unraveling, I think, the truth of the nature through experimentation, I'm telling you. Repeat, 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 repeat. Is mantra of research, I'm telling you. Whenever you get a new finding, I think, new research, new result, I think, new experiment, you must repeat, I think, number of times, at least 3 to 4 times, and make sure that whatever you have done that, is I think, is a repeatable, I think. Fundamentally, your research must be repeatable, must be reproducible, I think. And at the same time, what you do must be documented. Friends, in Indian universities, research institute in general, we are very poor in documentation. Very poor in documentation. We do experiment, but we never record the details of experiments in our laboratory notebook, I think. We just write result. So what I want to say to you, to be a researcher, one of the important methods of research methodology is a complete documentation in detail. Detailed documentation is one of the important pathway of research. Yes, today, I think the 20th, I think of, say, for example, I think the April. Friends, if you ask me, what I was doing on 20 April 1983, 84, 87, or 1990, 94, 95, I'll able to tell you what I was doing after 35 years back. Because in my laboratory notebook, I said my day's experiment starts 7 o'clock in the morning. And from 7 morning to the 10 in the evening, I had detailed the timings, I think, of my, or timing in my lab notebook, and details experiment, design, observation during the experimentation. I'm using the word observation during the experimentation. Design of experiment, protocol of the experiment, observation during the experiments, variation during the experiments, and then actual results. And then I think it's a repetition. And then I think the ANOVA or standard analysis data, and then come to conclusion. Oh, this is observed. This is what the conclusion of my experiment, I think. So we need to write detailed observation, documentation of design of experiment, and details of processes when the experiment is going on. During the experiment, that what are observations I'm telling you, you must be able to note down, I think. Not one result I'm telling you. And this documentation does help to rectify, to reproduce, or to find any mistake in the design of experiments I'm telling you. I remember, I think, sometimes what happens, I think, in molecular biology, or microbiology, or biotechnology, or nanotechnology, sometimes I think, while making, I think, the, point not one normal, I think, the, say, for example, I think any solution, sometimes I point not one normal, I think, we make some, I think, mistakes, I think. It's a very pertinent to write the calculations of making, I think, these reagents and solutions in the laboratory notebook, I think. I noted that students do not do that, I think. We don't do that, I think. And therefore, many times the molarity becomes wrong, and wrong molarity gives wrong result, I'm telling you. I remember when I was doing my doctorate in 80, 83, 84, 86 in England, I used to have, very detailed documentation of my work, I think. And what I used to do that, every weekend I used to go to what I had written in my lab notebook, laboratory notebook, I think. And I found that, and then to think about it, I mean, was it correct calculation, I think, was it, I think, correct, I think, the molarity, I think, was it, I think, correct, I think, the volume, I think, whether distilled water was double distilled water or not, I think, am I filtered, I think, or am I, think, sterilized, I think, the solution, I think, say 0.1% tryptophan amino acid, if I took low, whether it will get denatured, I think, I did articulate whether it is same or not, I think, or shall I do filtration, I think, of the tryptophan. These questions you can able to do what you call as a retrospection of your documented research, I'm telling you. Friends, I'm telling you that even now, I do retrospection of documented work, I'm telling you. And you realize sometimes that there are mistakes by you in the documentation. And because of that mistake, I wonder that what would have an impact of that small mistake into the result, I think, of my experiment, I think. And then what happens? You correct that mistake, you repeat the experiment authentically, genuinely, and honestly, and you find that there's a variation in results, I think, of your result, of your experiment, and therefore your conclusion becomes rectified, I think. So this becomes only possible with the detailed documentation, my friends, I'm telling you. And therefore, when you apply for a patent, patent time, you have to show your documentation of your dates and time and your detailed laboratory work, I'm telling you. A dispute comes, the laboratory notebooks are, I think, are observed by the in the court of law, I'm telling you, I think. Don't wait for the court of law. You wait for that your own support and your own progress. Documentation A to Z, I think, from design to progress of the experimentation, to reagents, to all details, I think, to result, I think, until reputation must documented, I think. And that joy documentation is unique, I'm telling you that. It helps you to rectify your design. It helps you to rectify a result. It helps you to confirm a result and make sure that your work is reproducible, authentic, and without any error, I think. My friends, we don't do in Indian universities, I'm telling you. And therefore I tell you, if you want to be researcher, I think, if you want to be scientist, I think, if you want to good, I think, innovator, I think, documentation must be, I think, taken care, I think, by everybody, I think. I believe that if you see notebooks, I think, PhD students or postdoctoral scientists, only results. What is result? You don't have design of experiment. You don't have progress during the experimentation. What happened during progress of the experimentation, I think, no idea, no clue. And because of that, I'm telling to you, because of that, a lot of things are missed, I'm telling you, I think that. And therefore, to be a successful researcher, I think that, I must, and for that purpose, I think, you have to more attentive, I think, in that. You must be more disciplined, I think. I'll call this as a responsible research. Ethics in research, I'm telling you. This becomes a part of ethics of research, I think, how to conduct a responsible research, my friends, I'm telling you. And remember, when you become research, when you are registered for the PhD, it is your responsibility to follow ethical standard for research, I'm telling you. Never ever manipulate. Never ever write wrong figures. Never ever, plagiarize any data from anybody, I think. Or never ever, you falsely, I think, write the figure or table, I think, or other things in that. His ethical standards must be high. I'll call integrity of science is of paramount importance for a scientist, for a researcher, I think. And unfortunately, these things are not taught in Indian universities. They are not practiced in universities. We are in a hurry. Experiment ho gaya, kya ho gaya? Result de dijiye mujhe, ho gaya. But whether it's repeated, whether it's observed properly, whether standards are done properly, whether ANOVA analysis is done properly, guy don't have time to wait. Ho gaya, mujhe de dijiye, I'll write a paper. This is not science, I'm telling you. So integrity of science is of paramount importance, I'm telling you. Integrity is important pathway of research and innovation therein. Without integrity, science cannot be genuine or authentic, I think. I think we'll wait here, I think, and I think, again, I think, after a break, I think, we'll able to talk further, I think, some aspects of research, I think. Okay, right. Hello.
Hello, participant have any questions?
If any question, you can ask me, I think.
Yeah. So you can type in chat box maybe.
You can ask it directly, so I can see the participants also, I think. You can see, I will like to have interaction with you. Instead of chat box, you can able to ask me a question directly. I'd like to see you too.
So participants, if you have any questions you want to talk with Dr.
Be free to talk the question, ask the question.
Please
Be free
drop
to
a
ask the
message.
question.
Yeah, sir, I have to unmute them. Otherwise, participants cannot unmute.
Now do that. Yeah, unmute them. Yes, unmute them, I think. Because see, they must actively participate, I think. Then that is how it goes, I think.
Yes, sir. So participants, please drop a message in the chat section so that I can unmute you.
Instead of dropping the question, they let them ask, I think. You can unmute them and let them ask, I think. Let them come to the screen, I think, and ask question, no problem. In fact, that's better.
Good morning, sir. This is Utpal from West Bengal. I am a law post-graduation student. You told to maintain laboratory notebook for documentation. I think this is related with the laboratory subjects. But in law or in some arts subject, if we go for research, then there will be no lab. We need to go through plenty of judgments, books, articles, etc. Then in that case, how to keep documentation properly?
Very good. I think this is a good question, Utpal. Very good question. See, even in case of social sciences or law, or whenever you get important point, important idea, important reference, you jot down in short, I think, in that. Say, for example, today you study the 5 judgments, I think, for example, in the law. Okay. So what you can do that judgment stated today, or case study is done today, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You keep record like this, I think, because see what happened, we forget things easily. You may remember, say, case studies of law, our judgment, say, for 1 week, 2 week, 3 week, 4 week, or maybe for 6 months, I think. After you will forget, I think. But suppose on 20th of the April, 2022, today you did the study 5 judgment, and at 20th April 2022, study 5 judgment, 1, 2, 3, 4, reference this and this one. It helps, I'm telling you. You don't write the essays and essays. Just jot down the points, I'm telling you. And that is how, I think, you go on building, I think, your I think, observations, or your, I think, your writing material, I think. And then what you do that, maybe after the end of the 1 week, we went through that thing each days, I think, you jotted points, I think. You realize that, yes, I think 1 week, I think you already 5, I think I studied, I think, about, say, 35 judgments, I think. Out of 35 judgment or 35 case studies, I think, the 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 are, I think, more important, I think, that. You just put, I think, color to it, or a mark, I think, start to it, and this is how, you can able to maintain your observations, I'm telling you. And then you can write some, I think, the footnote, I think, for each judgment, I think. Most important, very crucial, landmark decision, so and so forth. Supreme Court decision, state government decision, I think that. American court decision, so and so forth, I think. And reference, I think. My friends, I'm telling you now, in every profession, like, for example, doctors, doctors, doctor write history of a patient. A good doctor write history of a patient, and he maintains the record of the patient, so that he knows that in view of the patient's history, how the treatment can be given, I think. In fact, many doctors don't write the patient. You go to doctor, what is happening? Headache or stomach ache, get the tablet, go away. But then real doctor ask you, what is your diet? What you ate, I think, what are your dining times, I think, how long this is happening, I think, have you taken medicine before? Have it happened before? So that doctor writes the patient's history, records the patient history, I think, and based on the observation, based on history, he makes in mind how treatment can be given, I'm telling you. So like this, I'm telling you, like doctor. No, doctor is not scientist. Doctor is practitioner. But to make practice more effective, he has to write the recommendation, I think, a record. Like that, a law practitioner also can do the same thing. I am not saying write essays and essays. Jot down the important points day to day, I think. And that will have a tremendous impact on your working, I'm telling you. This is one phenomena called as immunological memory. Suppose, say, for example, I write today on 20 April, I think, 5 case studies, I think, of law. And if I look after 1 year, say 20th April 2023, when I go back to my study, my record, I know 1 year back, I think I studied the 5 cases, I think. And you may realize that, in that out of the 5 cases, the one case need to be relooked, I think. Seems interesting. Let me see that again, I think. And probably when you see it again, you may get new insight about the particular thing, that case study, or that, I think, judgment, I think. So this is how, you always try to remain in touch with that, critical literature, I think, in the subject, I think, and that makes you more understanding, that helps you more, that gives you more confidence, I'm telling you. Ultimately, what happens, I'm telling you, that enhances your confidence, I think that. And confidence is very, very important in every profession, be a doctor, be engineer, or be, I think, a lawyer, or whatever maybe, I think. So writing is very essential, I'm telling you. Writing enables to develop your brain. Writing helps to develop your brain, I think, I'm telling you. And development of brain, for my friend, is a continuous process. We do not know. Brain is malleable. And I write, I speak, I forget. I speak, I write, I don't forget. Writing helps you to remember, I'm telling you. I don't mean you have to memorize, I think, but through immunological memory, writing helps you to remember, capture again, I think, in fraction of nanoseconds, I think, in that, or femtoseconds, I think. So develop habit of writing, because, we do not have the practice of writing, I'm telling you. Okay. Any other question? Any other question?
No one have written any other questions.
No questions? But I think you should ask more questions, because there may be people from the various, I think, branches like microbiology, biotechnology, then I think the sociology, languages, engineering. You please, I think, ask a pre-question, because without asking question, you're not able to understand, I'm telling you. Question maybe, I think, any.
So I have one question very specifically. What is the clear-cut difference between research and innovation? There is a clear-cut difference.
See, innovation is more original. Is original, not original. Research, I think, is addition to new knowledge in the subject, I think. But innovation is original.
No, if you look at in company, but in company, they use more innovations than research. In industry and company, they look at more innovations than research. So research may be more fundamental and innovation may be thinking. If you look at science and engineering, the basic difference between science and engineering is actually more experimental and fitting in a crude way. And science is more proving and technically sound and crisply written. So theoretical research, theoretical, what you can say, analysis and theoretical way of doing things is more research oriented, and then experimental and more what you can say, engineering approach of doing business or doing creating a product, maybe we can call as innovations. That may be more in industry. They looked at more innovations than research.
Very, very true. Because the reason I'm telling you, because industry is based on some product. Okay, industry being manufactures some product, so they have to make sure that their product becomes unique, I think, and marketable, I think, and at the same time they get more profit. So therefore, they are not interested in the basic research. They are not into research papers. They are interested into the product from product point of view. What are the innovation? The new concept design thing.
Even in research also. So we look at mathematics.
Yeah.
Critical physics. So some problems are open for last 40 years, 50 years. Even some basic problems, no one is able to solve.
Yes, very true. Very true, I think. Very true. So, problems, I think, are challenging in front of us, I think, like you said in mathematics. I agree with you. There are some, I think, problems in mathematics which are even not solved today. And if one solves such problems, I think, are mathematics which are fundamental, which are original, one may get Nobel Prize, I think, in that. Or the Abel Prize.
Problems, even 100 or 150, some open problems are there in mathematics and physics, which is people are trying to solve, and it is unsolved for the last 20 years, 30 years, 40 years.
I do agree. Yeah, I do agree. But some of them are solved. Some of them, I think, are being solved, I think.
So mostly these are theoretical research.
Yes, very true, I think.
But in experiments, that thing don't happen.
But one thing I must tell you.
In experiment and innovation, that thing don't happen frequently. But in theory domain, it happens frequently, where research is more analytical and theoretical.
No, see, I don't agree with you. Research, when you say fundamental science, say like, for example, biology or medical science, in that, I mean, in case of medical science, agriculture science, or say, for example, life science in general, biology in general, see, research is also, is experimental, I think. Without experimentation, cannot, I think, come to any point, I think.
There is a clear-cut difference between experimental research and theoretical research.
Yes, correct.
A clear-cut division.
Yeah, this division, yes. So there could be also theoretical biology. Yes, division called theoretical biology, but such people are very less in number. Theoretical physicists or theoretical biologists are very less in number, I think. But they are important branch of science.
Theoretical physics, lot of numbers. Theoretical physics,
lot of numbers, I think. I'm talking biology.
Biologists and chemists, their number is very minimal. So maybe less than 1%.
Yes, very true. Very true. Very true.
Openly, people say that chemistry, chemical, biology, they do a lot more experiment than theory.
A lot more experiment than?
Theory.
Yes, very true. Very true, I think. Very true, I think. So, Percy, I tell you, so to me, I think what is the important thing that, experimentation is the key important parameter in case of science in general. Science in general. Or when you say science, I mean engineering, medical, everything, I think, basic fundamental science.
There is a difference clear-cut difference between science and engineering.
See, science is the fundamental.
Yeah.
And engineering application of the fundamental science. For example, engineering is based on physics and mathematics.
Look at if you look at clear-cut division, so experimentalists don't come under science. Experimentalists comes under engineering and putting a kind of working model. So this is engineering means putting in a working model. Experiment and working model are very, very close related, which really sell very quickly. But theoretical research and science are separate category. I am putting both the things separately.
No, see,
so mathematics and theoretical research, these are one category. Theoretical electronics, that is one category, and rest of the things are other category.
Yeah.
Because if you look at number of paper published in chemistry, physics, or biology, a researcher can produce even in our institute, people produce 64 paper or 80 paper per year. So in mathematics and theoretical computer science, if someone produces 2 paper, it's more than enough.
I agree.
More than
That is
enough.
something about the area. Yes, very true. I think. Very true. I think. Very
So
true.
if you compare 60 paper and 2 paper or less than 1 paper. So even in our computer science, IIT Delhi, one guy is Naveen Garg or Amit Kumar. They produces only 2 paper per year, and they are the Bhatnagar everybody, and their research is almost comparable to MIT, Stanford, or whatever you can think of.
Yes, I agree.
They produces only 1 paper or 2 paper per year.
Yeah, I agree. See, we should not
if you
go.
compare with another chemical engineering or biology guys, so they produces some 100 papers per year.
Yeah.
So which is
Actually,
not comparable. So that's why I'm
actually, I
saying
believe.
critical research and experimental research both are different.
No. Now, let me tell you one thing. I think number of papers are not important. What is most important, I think, you may have one publication, only 1 or 2 publication in a year. But that much,
Not
I think, yeah.
No, whatever this one publication, there also people says, so I have published 100 publications in 5 impact factor or 10 impact factor journals. So total we produce actually 500 impact factor journals, 100 journals in more than 5 impact factor, means 500 total impact factor in 1 year. And in computer science, impact factor is 1.
Yeah.
Less than 1.
Yes, very true.
And 2 papers. So total is getting 2. And another is getting 500.
No, actually, see, what I believe
not
is,
doing anything. And even after doing all the things, he's not getting job, he's not doing anything. So that is making changes.
No, I agree with you. There is this, I think, a problem. But I believe this, I think, the final impact factor is not important. You may have publication into, say, for example, one interest, say, one may have one paper to nature or science. And the one paper nature science equivalent, I think, to find impact factor. Because see, ultimately what happens, I'm telling you, number is not important, but what is that outcome, I think, of paper, I think. What is contribution of paper is more important, I think. So to me, I think, I always give importance, I think, to the quality rather than quantity, I think. And I think in India, what happens, unfortunately, in India, people in chemistry publish, I think, lots of papers, I think. But it's all incremental. See, please try to understand, it's incremental research, I think. It's not innovation. It's incremental. And incremental research, we must be very careful, I think, Incremental research is of no use, I think, Incremental research, I'm telling you, like horizontal research, I think, Whereas, fundamental research, like
thank you for clarifying all the things. Okay, thank you. So we don't have any other questions. So now it is 12. And we'll take break. Thank you. So we'll take a break up to 12:30. 12:30 will again start.
Yeah, okay. Okay.
So half an hour break.
Okay, sir.
So, dear participants, so we'll join at around 12:30 again.
But Savu, the same link, na?
Yeah, same link. So same link will continue.
Please maintain
You
the
can meet
same
yourself, Matthew. You can meet yourself.
No, what happens because there is some problem because this I think they ask for registration, Sahu. Every time when you open now, they ask for registration.
No, you got invited link. If you click, automatically it will log in.
Okay, so I'll just keep as it is.
Automatically do.
I'll keep as it is. Okay. Okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Hello.
Hello? Kunti.
Hello, Chapde. Professor Chapde.
ऐसे मूड में था ना साइज बाय साइज फुल स्क्रीन में बनता है
Good afternoon, Professor Balu Chopre, sir.
Yes, good afternoon.
So,
So there is a question in a query in chat section.
Yes, you ask question.
It's written in the chat section. She was asking that she was saying, sir, I was willing to do PhD, but now I'm thinking that I need to do a lot of homework because you had discussed a lot of things and I must do hard work. Sir, can you please tell me how can I select my topic? Maybe from previous researches.
What is the subject? Your subject?
Sir, I need to unmute.
Your subject is what is your subject?
So it is not written in the question. Life science. Life science.
Life science. Okay. Now see, basically I think, and I must tell you that in life science, I think there are different, I think, branches. So you select a branch, I think, of your specialization, which you like very much, and which I think you are, I think, excel very well. And then what I suggest to you that kindly do the independent research, literature search. For example, you are interested into the, say, for example, I think, into the, say, for example, I think, let us say, for example, I think the, say, cell division of a microorganism, for example, I think. So you must do the complete literature search from a library, collect the papers, study each paper very, very carefully. And then you also write, I think, a review of literature. Say, for example, you may have 130 or 140 papers in the area which are published, I think. Now, what is previous work done needs to be understood very carefully. Suppose you're working in the area of cell division. So one must ask a question. What are the papers published in this area, say, until now? And then you go to the different types, I think, of databases. For example, I think the Scopus database and a number of other databases, I think, of science, technology, and engineering. Scopus, for example, I told you. And then you find out in the area, I think, of cell division, say 130 papers are published before you are published. So what you'll have to do, you'll have to study each paper independently, very carefully, for 2-3 times. Study all the papers. Also study the review of literature. There must be a number of reviews, I think, published before, I think. In this area, there must be a number of reviews, maybe 8 or 10 or 15 reviews published on cell division of microorganisms. What are the recent reviews in the area? Maybe I think, say 5 or 6, I think. Each review may have, say, for example, 100 and 150 references, I think. And then you study, I think, each review very carefully. And at the end of the review, the reviewer, who is expert scientist in the particular field, give his judgment, what is not known, this needs to be done. This needs to be studied further. They comment on future prospects of the area, I think. So that will able to find out you the paper of your choice, I think. Got the point, I think. You'll able to find that this 1, 2, 3, 4 area needs to be done, needs to be studied further. That means they are not studied. They have to be studied. Then collect those kind of research areas, a research problem in those, I think, as per the reviews, I think. At the same time, collect research papers in the summary at the end of each paper. The research scientist write that this need to be done. This is yet to be done. This has to be done. And or it says it warrants further investigation. That means further research is required, I think. By that way, you can able to locate your problem. And once you locate the problem, then you can able to put these problems 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then ask question for each problem. Why it is like this? What is like this? What is this? Why it is like this? And based on the 4 to 5 things, such I think questions, you raise together and you develop, I think, your hypothesis, I think. And once you develop your hypothesis, that will be the predictive hypothesis. And to prove the hypothesis, you need to develop a research methodology. And or I'll call as a research experimentation. And or I'll call as a design, research design, I think. You design each experiment to solve each problem, to solve each question. And by that way, you develop, I think, the research methodology or research experimentation, maybe I think from 1, 2, 3 to 20, 25 experiments, I think, or 30 experiments, I think. And then you also, and then this is how I think you develop your own hypothesis, I think, So what is done? You have select topic of your interest. First, locate topic of interest, number 1. Number 2, do the proper literature search. Or I'll say that thorough literature search. I must tell you, in thorough literature search, many students, I think, they blindly go to the Google and they give the keyword. Remember, Google does not retrieve all the papers. Google retrieves only, say, for example, say 50% of the papers are retrieved by the Google, I think. And therefore, you'll have to go to the original databases like Scopus, I think. Say in microbiology, biotechnology, genetic engineering, molecular biology, chemical engineering, organic chemistry, fundamental physics, theoretical physics, so on and so forth, I think. Or applied microbiology, or fermentation, bioengineering, so on and so forth, I think. Now, like that, once you do that, and then the databases and the, like, for example, Science database, I think, it gives, I think, on the online journals, I think. So this is how I think, you must be able to collect the papers, original research papers, number 1. Number 2, the original reviews in the area, and study them together and compile together, I think, and you can able to write, I think, a mini review with, I think, current status and future prospects, I think, and that future prospect which can be documented by you, I think, and develop in the form of the hypothesis. And then go to a professor, I think, or researcher, then find out which is the scientist or a professor or researcher who has expertise in this area, I think. Then maybe in the university, maybe in the Central University, maybe in the research institute, maybe in the IIT. So second thing you have to find out where this is available, I think, where expertise is available. Because you must then go to expert researcher or professor or research guide to that. And then third thing, you discuss in open. Discuss in detail with the research guide, not just 1 hour, 2 hours, for series of 1 week or so, I think, 1 or 2 weeks, I think. And then by discussion with the professor, you can give the presentation, I think, to professor and express your will that up to a presentation, kindly tell me whether my hypothesis is right and can I, if it's right, it is, I think, doable, or I think it is, I think, feasible, and can I join your laboratory for PhD, I think. And if the guide takes your permission, yes, you can join. And fourth thing, I think, do you have some research fellowship, I think, in that case? Because generally doing research, I think, is expensive, I think, You have to have regular, I think, maintenance, I think, You must have some fellowship. Without fellowship, doing PhD in biological sciences or sciences in general is hard because it requires 4 to 5 years, I think, in that, And therefore, you must have a maintain yourself, I think, So you must have fellowship, either UGC research fellowship or CSR net fellowship or Prime Minister research fellowship, PFF, I think, in that. It's also available. And the number of agencies which able to give, I think, the fellowship. Also, there are some research projects for Department of Science and Technology and government agencies. There you can able to join as research assistant, I think, or project fellow, I think. So by that way, you can able to select topic of interest. My point is that, in short, you must be able to identify what is your interest, number one. Number two, find diet the review literature. Number three, make your hypothesis. Number four, then approach your guide, I think, give presentation, discuss guide. And number five, you must get a fellowship. Number six, if guide approves, if you have the fellowship, if a problem is defined, you can able to join for the PhD or research as such. These are the ways, I think, for which you can able to do it, I think. Without that, simply going blindly to the guide, any professor, any scientist is of no use, I think. You must have a sufficient, I think, the work, I think, done before that, I think. Yes. I hope, I think, I have, I think, uh, given in detail answer of your question, I think. Other questions? Other questions?
No question in chat box. So maybe he's willing to join PhD, but before joining PhD, so his question is actually before joining PhD, what he need to do, because sometimes students come, they don't have any idea, and they will have not time 6 months or 1 year buffer time to do once research survey. That will be very difficult for the students maybe. No. So during the course of time,
I got your point.
They do this thing.
I got your point. See, I think I must tell you one thing. When a student is in master's degree, there is a research dissertation. There are credit questions for research, I think. The student has been doing, I think, research, I think, a dissertation in master degree program. So not the student is new to it, I think. Student has been doing the practicals, I think, in referential laboratory, I think. He is new to it. He is studying theory courses, I think, in the master's program, I think. He is taught the research methodology program. He knows area of his interest, I think. So my point is that having all the background, it's not that he is new to research. You understand, I think. It's not he is new to research, I think. And secondly, what happens?
In general, master degree student, they don't know much about research. In general.
No, I don't agree. See, I must tell you one thing. In Pune University, Department of Microbiology and Institute of Bioinformatics and Biotechnology, the 5-year integrated program in microbiology and biotechnology and bioinformatics, master student publish 4 to 5 international publication of impact factor up to 10.
Also, yes, we are talking about biotechnology. If you come to computer science, electrical, so master student is very, very difficult to get a papers.
No, I agree. No, I do agree. But say, for example, I agree. In case of computer science,
your department, you told. So I gave you just exactly same feedback. So in biology, chemistry, even master student publish paper, PhD student publish 60 paper or 80 papers in 5 years. But in CS that don't happen. In E don't happen. In math don't happen. Master degree student, they need to read a lot of things at the time of after joining PhD, during the survey work or coursework, they do these things. Master degree time, they cannot do this thing. They don't have
no, just a minute. I must tell you this question, answer question to you. See, I understand that your question. One thing remember, please, in that in computer science, there are so much, I think, inventions coming, I think. For example, you can develop your independent algorithm, I think, actually. You can develop, I think, new, I think, ideas in your computer science, I think. One thing remember that, one thing remember, my friend, one cannot just depend on research guide. I believe that you become, I think, I think, actually. In case of research, I think, You must focus your mind, you become your own guide, I'm telling you.
Okay.
Like my point I'm telling you, in computer science, if you go to the US patent office, there are hundreds and hundreds of patents filed in computer science, for example, in that. I'll give a simple example to see for a simple example, in the field of communication, I think the communications, the 5G. I know some Indian researchers who did, the masters in computer science from IIT, I think, Kharagpur. They have more than 210 patents at the moment, I think. It's not this can be patented that. The point I'm telling you, where you study also matters quite a lot. What you study also matters quite a lot. What you read also matters quite a lot. For example, I'm telling to you, so in computer science, there's so many, I think, advances, I think, happening all over the world, I think, like Samsung, for example, I think, Samsung in Gurgaon have 20,000 scientists working, I think, on that advanced technology in computer science, I think, in that. 20,000 scientists in Haryana, Gurgaon, I think, I'm telling you.
Yeah, they're working.
No, point what I want to say. So so it's not that I think, see, one thing remember, see, where you study matters quite a lot. For example, I study a place, a university, or in a college where teacher is not enlightened, or he is not expertise into computer science. I can't expect, I think, in a good quality knowledge from him, I think, in that. But if I could study IIT Delhi or any good university in which I think computer science department is very good, in that case, I'm telling you, surely I think I will be able to have a clear idea, I think, actually, because master's program in all universities in India have credit courses, I think, 10 to 20 to 24 credit courses dedicated to research, I think. Like,
Yeah,
for example,
great courses of that.
Nah, so point what I want to say to you, my friend, is that it's not that we are new to research, I think, in that. In fact, research starts from undergraduate college, I think. I tell you, in Aurangabad, where I was a vice chancellor, I know student of 12th standard, he got Indian patent, I think, in after computer science, I think he's undergrad, was six years back. Now he's in Harvard University. So point what I want to say to you, a student, I think, of the 12th standard got an Indian patent for his application, I think of for computer science. How can we don't get? Because we never think about research. See, the problem that we expect guy to tell us the problem. We expect guy to show us the path, I think. My point is that, I think, you students, those who want to do research, be independent thinker. My first pathway of research, I told, I think that. Ask question to yourself that. Become your own guide, I'm telling you. Work hard, I'm telling you. Pursue the matter, I think, a tremendous perseverance is required for research and innovation, I'm telling you. Open the mind, I'm telling you. We never think ourselves, actually. We expect, I think, guy to tell us the problem, I think. So my point is that, I think, like, for example, I told you, the person, I think, all, the Indian, I think, is a very example. I must tell you, this is the Indian professor. I'm not professor, I think, the Indian, I think, working, I think, into the Samsung, I think, Korea. I was reading, he's, I think, IIT Kharagpur, I think, alumni. Mr. Anil Agiwal, he holds 210 patents, I think. And he's now the head, head, I think, computer science and engineering in the Samsung, I think, in the Seoul, I think. Indian researcher, I'm telling you, 210 patents on American patents. Can you imagine? I'm telling you, the reason I'm telling you, a product of India, Indian science, Indian IIT, I think, but he developed independent, he's a mindset, the mindset for research, I think. Now, if you expect me, somebody will come and tell me how to do the 5G, it will not happen, I'm telling you. Innovation must be nurtured in the mind, I'm telling you. Innovation must be come into the mind, I'm telling you, independently, not by telling by somebody, I think. And the path of research independent, I'm telling you, we cannot say that I did masters, we don't have any idea of research. See, I must tell you, in 1980, I did my masters, I think. In 1980, when I did my masters, I think, there was no concept of research in Pune University 1980. I did independent research for 2 years for masters in microbiology. Apart from lectures and practical examination, I published one paper in masters. I cannot say that there is no course in the syllabus or there is no research in the curriculum, I think. The point is up to you, I'm telling you, I think. You cannot say that, I think, that was not in the curriculum, it was not in syllabus, and that was not in the university, it's not a part of our study, I think. I am the example, I'm telling you. I did independent research as master students in the university, in Pune University, and published a paper during master program, I think, and submitted thesis. Exam asked, what is this? I said, this is my independent work. I'm submitting for you, for a master's degree. It was not part of your curriculum. But I did independently because I was genuine interest in the research, I'm telling you. So my point I'm telling to you, I can agree with you that we are new to research. We do not know about research. It's wrong, I think. Research start from undergraduate college. Research start, I think, from the first year of your college, I think. And from that mind, independently, I think in that, you have to develop your mind, I think, towards research, I think. Nurture mind towards research, I think. You simply cannot read, I think, for examination and get the examination, I think, and do examination. What you have doing last undergraduate? What doing postgraduate level? That means I think something wrong with our perception and understanding, I think. Research is a continuous process, my friend. We cannot expect, I think, anybody to come and tell, I think, do this and do this. Who came to tell Eklavya? Eklavya did his everything on his own, I think. Same thing in research innovation. Become your own teacher, your own guide, I think, and find the pathway for research. And that's my advice to you, I'm telling you, I think. And secondly, like I said, I give an example to you. When I went to England for doctorate in 1983, I had complete review at my hand. I had a complete problem at my hand. Who did this, I think? Nobody told me. I did everything myself. I talked to myself, I think. I became economist in my research, I think. And I become a researcher, I think. I can expect that how can I go to England, I think, and do PhD there? Or how can I do research there? The professors stand because of my involvement in research, I'm telling you. So point I'm telling to you, don't wait anybody come and tell you that do research this way, and that way. You must find your own path, I'm telling you. That is what I'm actually finding. New path is your work of research, I think. New line of research, I think. And what happens, the professors in general, I'm telling you, they're very mechanical, I'm telling you. They'll tell their area of research. Will they ask you what is your idea in your mind? No, you don't have time to do that, I think. So all these things you please keep in the mind. I think I don't agree with you that there's no, I think, training, I think, of research in master's level, I think. I mean, it is going to be a process, I think. That means wastage of master degree. I'll say that, I think. I tell you, I'm guiding a student in Calcutta University. The student in BS in Calcutta University, C paper international journal. And yesterday was interview for IIT Bangalore, I think. A fourth year student of BSc in Calcutta University published international journal of, I think, this medicine, this drug design, impact factor 3.5. Fourth year student, I'm telling you. Now, can you say that it was her extra work? It was my guidance, I'm telling you, I think. And she worked hard like that, I think. But that is not part of curriculum. Point I'm telling you. So you have to make your own destiny as far as research concerned, my friend. I'm telling you, I think. Yes. Any other question? Any other question? See, my friend, I think we have to be, I mean, Indian people wait for somebody to come and tell us, go follow this path of research. That is not the way I'm telling you, I think. You should find a path of research which others should follow, I'm telling you, I think. Which guides should follow. Many times when I see my research scholars, I think, I mean, I learn from a student. Some students have very innovative ideas. I follow them. And we must open in the science, I'm telling you, I think. It's not that he's a student and that's why he doesn't know. Students have innovative ideas, innovative mind, innovative concepts. And teacher must follow that too. But he required that kind of great mind to accept that kind of quality from student, I think. Like I become a student with my student. Because I know that student is very innovative, very intelligent, very hardworking, and he or she has, I think, great idea. And I do follow that, I think. I know your question. So point what I want to say to you that, see, every Indian student must think, teacher must think that, that nobody is going to come and tell you, do this, and do research like this, I think that. And if you do not know about research in MSc degree has no meaning, I'm telling you, I think. It's a wastage of time. This is my observation, I think. Any other question?
So Dr. Suryanarayan, some
Yeah, Suryanarayan. Yes, Suryanarayan ji.
So post need to hello, Kaushik ji, you need
Hello.
to.
Yes, sir.
Sir, good
Ah,
afternoon,
Suryanarayan
sir.
ji.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, you are audible. Yes.
So what you spoke, sir, I accepted for all. You spoken
Ah.
about only the people in the universities as well as the IITs and NITs. But the so many affiliated colleges as well as the autonomous colleges also. Those are getting the degree MTech from the autonomous colleges as well as affiliated to universities colleges. What is the motivation to going to the research for such type of people?
My friend, this question I think is a very general question. See, my friend, this depends upon individual.
Yes, sir.
It depends upon individual. You can see. I must tell you,
Yes.
You know, Mangalayan, MOM, Mangalayan, India's Mangalayan 2015,
Yes. Sir.
that the head of Mangalayan was from private engineering college. The lady, I think, you know, I forgot her name, I think, you know.
Yes.
Mangalayan was the greatest success of Indian scientists in space science and technology in 2015.
Okay.
India completed Mangalayan successfully, indigenously, by technology developed by Indian engineers and scientists in-house in ISRO. And the head, I think, of that Mangalayan mission was MTech from, I think, engineering college in Chennai, private engineering college in Chennai, I think.
Okay.
It depends upon my friend, you know. See, as I said to you, where you come is immaterial. Whether you come from Cambridge University or whether you come from Presidency College, I think, Chennai, or whether you come from any college, I think, University in Bangalore, is not important. What you are,
Yes.
what is the thing you are, I think, you know, you are involved in research, I'm telling you, is more important. Maybe in private engineering college, you might not have the facility, infrastructure might not there. But remember, your mind, your commitment is more important, I'm telling you. If your
Yes,
mind is research oriented and you want to become researcher and you want to pursue research, nobody will be able to stop you, I'm telling you. And from that point of view, it's not just the mind and the will, the hard work, the dedication, and tremendous perseverance is required, I'm telling you.
Yes, sir.
Tremendous
Actually,
perseverance is required, I think, you know.
actually, even
So,
though, yes, sir, even though,
Satya Nadella studied from private engineering college, BE electric, BE telecommunications and computer science. Private engineering, Satya Nadella. He's
yes,
chief
sir,
of Microsoft.
Microsoft.
So we cannot say, I'm telling to my friend, you know, people understand that, you know, the private engineering college has limitations. I do agree. The
Yeah.
professor may not be very good, laboratories are not up to date, library may not be very good, they might not research culture, but you make best use of that and come out of that, na. That is why my advice to, I think, every Indian student, like Satya Nadella. Had you
Yes.
thought that Manipal, I think, is a private university and it's not good university, I will not study. No, you cannot do like this, I think. So where you study, it doesn't matter. What you are is more important, I think. You know.
Okay.
See, person may from IIT, but you don't
Yes.
have motivation for research. What's the use of being studied? What's the use having studied in IIT? Of no use, I think, actually. You know. Many IITs go IIT after they go to MBA. What's the point? They don't do science. What's the point? I think you tell me of such, I think, the students who I think invest, I think, their career, I think. You know. So the point I'm telling you, the passion for research and dedication to achieve the passion is of paramount importance, I think, for students in India and everywhere, I think. In
Thank you, sir.
No,
Actually,
everywhere, I'm adding one point. Everywhere, the research and motivation to do innovations is everything is money driven. Majority of places.
No, see, again, I
That
agree.
is
Yes,
the
sir.
major factor. So if
See, I
you
agree.
get more money,
See,
then you will get more business.
No,
So
I agree. But one thing I must tell you, see now the mantra for research and innovation
if you are
is
someone is doing research, if he is not getting a job, then ultimately he is not doing anything. Somebody
yes, sir.
someone is
Exactly,
doing
sir.
PhD and not getting a job, then what is
Yeah.
the value of doing PhD?
yeah. I do
Exactly,
agree.
sir.
That is
Yes, sir.
actually job matters a lot, and
Yeah.
many places they looked at from the job prospects.
Yes, sir. I
Yeah.
agree with
From
every
the
matters
writing a
also.
simple paper.
Yes, sir.
1 minute. I think your question I think is very very valid. I think now after PhD, one aspect I think a good job. I think I agree with you. But again, I'll say the pathways. I think after PhD, the pathway after PhD is a postdoctoral research. I think. See what happens in PhD research. I mean, somehow in India or abroad, Europe or America, the role
Everywhere
of
it is
the
happening because they are not getting jobs. After
That's
PhD.
not good. I agree now. I'm coming to the point. So what happens, Satina, in PhD, I would say PhD is a first instance of research, I think. And along with the hard work of research scholar or PhD scholar, the guide plays very important role because the student is very, very new, I think. So I'll say that guide's contribution is equally important into the PhD. But once you do a PhD and once you become a doctorate in subject of your science or technology, engineering, whatever maybe, I think, then truly become independent researcher, I think. Now,
It's
to
fine.
become independent researcher, listen. There's a point. There's a point.
Job to survive. So
No, I agree. No,
I
listen.
know many people from science backgrounds. Okay,
Yes,
they
sir.
simply do very good. They publish in very good top tier journals, 50, 80, 90 papers. Ultimately, they learn some certificate courses, do certificate courses, and go for actually software jobs. In the US, that happening. In Europe also there are.
US is happening.
So whatever they do, ultimately where they will get job, they will study again and do the jobs. Ultimately, they will maintain life.
Yeah, I got a point. See, this is point. There is a point what you say. See, I must make one point. After PhD, one must able to follow that process of postdoctoral research, I think. And remember,
Even after doing 10-year, 15-year postdoc research, they are not getting job. That I'm telling.
No. See, now see, I think this I just came last month, last week, I think from America. But no, situation is very different. American, European countries, I'm telling you. I agree. There is tremendous competition, I think in the jobs, I think. But if you have good quality, I think that, see, it's not just a publication, I'm telling you, my friend.
Good quality. So suppose out of 100 PhDs, if 1 or 2% is getting job and 98% not getting job, then that must be something wrong.
No. See, that's the reason I'm telling you. See, I won't say 2%. Like America,
in IIT, we produce around 500 PhD per year.
Yeah.
And except 2-3 departments, rest of the department people, they don't get job. They go for postdoc 5 year, 10 year, 8 years, and after that also they struggle for job. So that needs to be handled very carefully. Otherwise, doing research will not make any sense. So it needs to be business oriented. Something business or job oriented research need to be there. That's why money play an important factor in research.
Agree. I think this is, one important point you say that, you say business, you use the word business research, I think, or I think the job oriented research. Agree. And therefore, what happens in country like Germany, a country like Germany, for example, or I think South Korea, I think in that, I think our Asian neighbor, or Japan, I think, and even America. The research called, I think, as the industrial research, I think. And industries or corporations, they sponsor their research to universities. For example, I think I'm telling you. For example, I think Samsung, for example, I think there, I think the world plays, I think, into the field, I think communication technology. And Samsung, Samsung has, I think, masters in communication technology. For example, the 5G technology, 4G technology, so on and so forth, I think. Now, when they sponsor the research to universities on those sponsored functional needs of research, universities in, I think, advanced countries like Korea, or Japan, or Germany, or America, they work on the problem.
Look at.
Listen
carefully. What are taking examples is 2-3 department, electrical, electronics and computer science. That is, anyhow, they're getting job.
Yes.
Even if they finish their PhD, they are not sitting idle. If you take any PhD from computer science or electronics and communication engineering, they are getting very good job.
Yeah.
I am looking at other departments. So particularly civil, mechanical, chemical, biochemistry, biology. So they have a lot of issue in getting jobs.
I agree with you.
Is very high.
Yeah.
So whatever 100 out of 500, these 20 students are from CS and EE. So they are getting very good job.
Yeah.
They are getting industry sponsored project and getting very good job. But not for the other students. That was my question. But you are again repeating the same answer.
No. See, I agree with you. Ki students, I think, from biochemistry, life sciences, they have limitations. I think, I do agree. I think, and that is but that is the universal phenomena. Say, for example, even in Germany, or England, or America, the life scientists take long time. But if you go to industry, I'm again telling to you, the problem is that I think if you have the right skills, I think, and if you go to industry, there is scope. I think in that. I'll tell an example to you. A friend of mine, I think, joined the GE Electricals, I think, in New York, I think. And he was my colleague in my post research in Chicago. And let me tell you, I think, he was excellent, I think, the biochemical engineering person, I think. He went to GE laboratory and got the job, I think, after 2 years of postdoc, I think. Here, he required a reference. Here, required expertise and the skill, I think. If you have the skill and expertise, I think, an area which was given by GE was different area, he took that challenge for a job, I think, he got the job, I think. The problem what happens in research, I think, people do not want to take the challenges, different challenges for research, I think. For example, if somebody may be PhD, I think, in biochemistry. Can the biochemist take a challenge of developing a new drug design? He said that this is not my area is protein purification. So I won't be able to do that, I think. But if you could take a challenge of drug design or develop a vaccine, he'll get the job. The problem I'm telling to you, such challenges are not taken by the routine doctorates in India or abroad, I'm telling you. This is the problem. Last
That
week
might be the, so in particular area where jobs are available, so they should take similar kind of research so that that will be easy for them to get a job ultimately. Otherwise,
no, but one thing I must tell you, see, instead of civil research now, you must in postdoc research, you must always, I think, take specialize in different area. So develop more expertise, I'm telling you. That is what is missing in India. If what happens now, people want to work in the same area. Suppose I think A area, you are specialized. They do not want to go out of A area. You require multidisciplinary skills and expertise nowadays for getting job, I think. And that is what is required, I'm telling you. And that culture is unfortunately missing in India. But Germany has successfully done. Germany has this industrial research, I think, in universities. And they don't become professors. Their idea is that, say, for example, research in manufacturing, for example, I think. Somebody does research in manufacturing and he goes to the in research. I know one Indian student did research, I think in the electronic engineering, electronics, I think, student from physics, did research in electronics. And student applied one patent, got US patent, now the student in the Samsung Seoul. MSc student, MSc physics. The point I'm telling you is taking the challenge and proving your capability, I'm telling you. Now, can you imagine a student from, I think, Maharashtra, a Marathi girl, doing MSc physics, did MSc physics, did PhD, I think, from the Korea, got US patent, I think, from the electronics in computer science, and now she is employed, I think, as a scientist in the Samsung, I think. So, you have to take the challenge, my friend. I think jobs are not like that, I'm telling you. If you take a challenge, I think, and when she got US patent, company people came say that we want to take, I think, your research work further. You join our company, I think. She didn't apply even. That's why I'm saying to you, the companies are the industry sponsored research in universities are the new pathway for getting great jobs, I think. I'm telling you. That's what I think Samsung does. That's what I think the Bosch, I think, in Bangalore does, I think. All multinational in India are doing the same thing, I think. Unfortunately, Indian universities and IITs are not following the model. We don't have the industry-sponsored research. This is the problem, I think, actually. Industry-sponsored research are more functional, more realistic, and therefore they get more jobs, I think. So this is reality of the research I'm telling you. And even for your information, a student of mine, I think, a great researcher in molecular biology from Pune University. 2.5 years she did not get postdoc research in Germany because of competition, I'm telling you. Because during COVID time, I think, most of universities were closed. She did not find a single job application in Germany. Ultimately, after 2 years, the student of COVID, she came back to India, I'm telling you. Most talented student, most expertise student, but this is situation, I'm telling you. Because of COVID, I think, universities are closed, no new demand, no new recruitment, I think, no even postdoctoral fellowships, I think. So situation happens like this, I'm telling you. So therefore, in the given situation, one has to adapt, I think, in given situation, I think. The point is that besides your research, you must develop different skills, different capabilities, I think. And then I don't think, like, for example, I'll tell you simple example, I tell you. For example, one doesn't get a job. Can one become entrepreneur, I think, Can you develop one startup, I think, But sir, the problem with the Indian academia, Indian researchers, we never think of startups, I think, in that. Startups are the new, I think, line of research. Startup is outcome of invention. Startup outcome, I think of research. But we never go to startups, I think, actually. And therefore, I'm telling you, if you say fintech technology, for example, finance and technology, I think people have done great job. Say Paytm, for example. Paytm, I think. Paytm, I think, is annual, I think, turnover, I think now 16 billion. 1 billion, I think, $8,000. 8,000, I think. When Paytm started, 1991. Sorry, I think 2000, I think, one, I think. Within 10-15 years, I think, sorry. Paytm started during Corona time, I think. And now the turnover, I think, is billions of dollars, I think. So point what I want to say to you, one has to go out of, I think, the box, I think, for your, I think, expertise and thinking, and so that, I think, jobs will be available. People need out of box thinking, I'm telling you. And that PhD research in India does not give out of box thinking, I'm telling you. We just do research, work hard, publish paper, 10, 15, we say that I so publish. So what? Americans say, so what? You have publication, but what is skill? Can you do the manufacturing work? Can you solve the problem? Can you develop new product? No. We just know how to publish, how to write research, I think, or how to research, I think. But can you take a challenge? No, we don't take challenge, I think. That is what I'm telling to you. One has to be very, very realistic, I think, developing, taking a challenge in the area of your expertise, I think, which we don't do that, I think. I'll give an example to you. A student of mine now is in California, I think, MSc microbiology. Now he is head of research or design in the vaccine company, I think. Now he didn't study the vaccine for his PhD, but he took a challenge of working for the vaccine, and now he director, I think, of the pharma industry in California. So that is what he didn't say that, no, that is not my area of specialization. I do not work into that area. Now he director of the industry, earning millions of dollars, I think. So point what I want to say to you, that besides your PhD, you must take different challenges and develop different expertises in that. Trust me, there is no dearth of jobs, I'm telling you. Jobs available to the top. If you are top, if you have capacity to take the challenge, and when I say challenge, a startup, I think. Can you start a startup? Like Startup India, so much funding is available. Researchers don't apply, I think, startup, I think. Situation I'm telling you in India, Indian PhD students do not apply for the startups, I think. They want, I think, easy job, I think. Startup means risk. Startup means failure. Startup means, I think, do everything on your own, I think. Startup means no guarantee. But let me tell you, I think, when I was vice in the Aurangabad University, we started incubation center. I incubated 25 startups, I think, and out of 25 startups, one BE mechanical engineering student did one startup, I think, and successfully did, I think, for the 4 years. Today he's turnover 5 crores per year. 5 crores per year. BE mechanical, he didn't do a PhD even, I think. He got idea, we supported the idea, we helped him the idea, gave him the free, I think, space in the university, free laboratory university. Now he become industrialist, I think. So point I'm telling to you, you become an entrepreneur. You become, I think, entrepreneur, you become, I think, develop a startup, I think. Trust me, millions and millions of dollars are available as for the startups, I think. But the problem is that Indian PhD community are not bothered, I think, putting their mind into startup. They think that, oh, starting with risk lena padta hai. And risk lena padta hai, lekin we have to do that. It's a part of life, I think. If you have the clear idea about science and your capability, you can develop startups, I think, in area of your expertise, I think. Which doesn't happen in India, I think. Whereas, for example, Stanford, last month I was in Stanford. And let me tell you, I think Stanford has such a startup culture. I went to Silicon Valley. I thought Valley means must be, I think, like a valley in India. It's not the valley. It's a plain land, I'm telling you, Stanford, I think. Stanford University created 40,000 startups in America. And when I was talking in the university, they told me annual turnover of startups, the small industries, is a $2.3 billion per year. Can you imagine? I'm telling you, I think. Sorry, trillion, $2.3 trillion per year, I think. Can you imagine, friends? I'm telling you. So most of the young generation or new generation of PhD scholars in Stanford or Harvard or Columbia, which I visited, I think that I tell you, after PhD, they have no job. We want to be do startup. I want to be entrepreneur. I want to start my own industry. But there's a risk. It doesn't become overnight. How it happened to the this Facebook, I think, in that university dropout, I think. But here's the idea. What happened, I think, to the number of people are drop out like this, I think they have been successful, I'm telling, because they have courage to take the decision of research into action, I think. Startup research in action with risk, I think. So the point I'm telling you, with this, I think, a mindset, I don't think, I think, there's any problem, I think. But we don't take the challenge. That is the problem in India, I'm telling. For example, Prime Minister, I think, research fellowship. I don't know how many students apply. And 80,000, 1 lakh rupees given per month, plus 5 lakh rupees, I think, of the coordination grant. You hardly get application from Indian scholars, I think. Indian academia. Hardly get applications, I'm telling you. Prime Minister research fellowships. 1 lakh rupees per month, I think. An idea that the students of engineering, particularly and technology, are expected to get the fellowship and I think contribute to science through research, I think. There are less applications, I'm telling you. Very less applications. People want conventional courses. People want easy job, I think. People want to, I think, become satisfied in the given area of research, I think, and nothing out of that, I'm telling you. This is fact I'm telling you as a scientist, as a researcher, I observe that I'm telling you, this is a fact actually. So jobs are there, but we do not have skilled manpower to take the jobs. I'll put in this way, actually, I think that. The concept of job is changing. For your information, I must tell you, now the manufacturing, India's presence for advanced manufacturing is just a point, just hardly 0.5%. We do research in the advanced manufacturing, I think. For robotics, for example, I think. How many IITs are doing research on robotics? They may do research on robotics, paper published on robotics. But are we putting robotics in action in manufacturing? Answer is no, I think. So who will take us for job, you tell me? Whereas countries like South Korea or China or Japan, I think, in Asian countries, they are employing, I think, robotics in manufacturing, I think. The man-free manufacturing. There is no necessity, all machine manufacturing, no involvement of humans, I'm telling you. Robotic engineering, I think, robotic manufacturing, I think that. And because of this, I think, manufacturing, by 2030, it's estimated 2030, 2040, estimate that 50% jobs in manufacturing, engineering will be out of order because of robotic engineering, I think. Man-less manufacturing. Jobs are going to go away, I'm telling you, I think. And therefore, I'm telling to you that, see, unless we have the multidisciplinary skill in research, you're not going to be master, I think. For example, I may have biochemist, I think, I may have biochemistry specialization, but I may have expertise in computer science. I expertise into bioinformatics, and I can take a job in pharma industry, I think, developing a drug, I think. So jobs are available, my friends. People are not getting the expert people because of the problem, I think. But I agree with you, yes. After PhD, by conventional PhD, jobs are a problem nowadays. And not only in India, all over the world, including the Germany and including America. This is a problem, I think. And that's why people go for more postdocs. But unfortunately, when you go to most postdoc, you take different area. They don't do different area. They go in the same area. And that's why limits the expertise, limits the, I think, skill, I think. And now you have to have, I think, a large number of skills, I think. Not just one skill of biochemistry or one domain area. You must have multiple skills, I think, where you can able to work, I think. Then jobs are there, I'm telling you. No dearth of jobs, I think. And that's why, we have to completely change the outlook, I think, for the PhD program, research methodology. How can I be different than others, I'm telling you. And that's why national education policy is going to reorient the PhD program completely, I think, with this background, I think. For example, IPR, a patent. A PhD scholar has to publish a patent. Not only, I think, the publication, I'm telling you. Publication is incremental, is good. But if research is relevant, then can able to publish a patent, I think. Can patent be applicable, I think. Can I translate patent into the technology? That kind of research now we need of time for not only India, all over the world, but particularly more in India, I'm telling you. Because Indian research more incremental, I'm telling you. Publish a paper, you say 10, agree. Publish paper, go for postdoc, do the same thing. Again, publish 10, 12 paper. But have you developed expertise? No, only one type of expertise, publish a paper. It is of no use, I'm telling you. Of no use, I think. No matter how many postdoc you do, it has no meaning, I'm telling you, I think. And therefore, you have to have a transdisciplinary now research in which biological sciences, engineering, and medical will combine together, I think. Jobs are much more there, I'm telling you, I think. For example, a medical, I think, a mechanical engineer can work in medical field, I think. Biomedical sciences, he can able to work. But provided if he has, I think, the interface of research between biomedical sciences and mechanical engineering, I think. In India, we don't have that interface. We don't have that kind of facility. Nor we have that kind of mindset, I think. But slowly it's changing now with NEP 2020 now. The research areas, I think, now changing in India, I think. And I can say rightly because number of my students all over the world, I think, and I can tell because I can tell guaranteed, I think, what is happening, I think, in the field of research, I think. For example, ISRO has a lot of challenges, I think. People don't go to ISRO for jobs because this is hardcore research, I think. People don't go to ISRO, I think. Atomic energy. People don't go atomic energy research because we have hardcore research. They don't want to go to the hardcore research. It's a fact, I'm telling you. How many IITians are working in ISRO? Hardly. There's no any IIT in ISRO, I'm telling you. All research done by engineers from private colleges and some, I think, state universities, I think. But ISRO is, I think, world class, I think, I'm telling you. Same thing, Bhapathi Research Center. How many IITians are there? So the point what I want to say to you is that you must have the knowledge and expertise in transdisciplinary subject, I think. For example, I may have, I think, chemical engineering, for example, I think. Can I study biology? Can I do some coursework in biology? I must tell you, the person who got Nobel Prize in, I think, as Indian, I think, in 2000 and 2000, I think, and I think 13 or 14, I think, I think Krishna or something, I think, he's basically, I think, a professor of physics. Research, did PhD in physics in Utah University. From Baroda, BSc Baroda, MSc Baroda, went for America. He did PhD in physics. So he realized that principles of physics are followed by biological sciences, I think. And he realized that there's a lot of interest in the physics and biology. Friends, he studied 2 years of master program in biology. And he realized physics and biology can be merged together. He went for research postdoc in that new line of research, I think, in Cambridge University. He got Nobel Prize. I am telling you, how many scientists think in this fashion? You tell me, I think. They'll say that, my specialization is the physics. I don't want to go to biology. He could be able to capture other stream and mix together and develop his own path of, I think, advanced research. He got jobs and jobs and jobs, I think. So it depends, I'm telling you, transdisciplinary research is need of the time, not only in one domain, I'm telling you. Not only in one domain, I think. Remember, my friends, I think, the time has gone, I'm telling you. Any other question? Don't get disheartened because I'm telling the truth. I'm telling the truth, I think I'm telling you. See, like inventions, we don't patent. And because India is a poor country in the patenting, I think. What we are doing, you tell me, I think. What is the money we spend, I think it is no outcome because we never, I think, patent and protect, I think our inventions, I think. We just publish and publish and publish. It's incremental. So that we have to stop. I know saying publish, don't publish. But the pathway, patent, publish, and prosper. 3P. Patent, publish, and prosper. But we never follow the path. We just publish. Madly we publish, I think. And somebody gets benefit, I think, of your publication. And based on that, they take the data, they take the information because freely available on to the internet, and they file patent, they get the product. And we buy the product. See, this is a vicious circle, I think, because so, and therefore, in research innovation, I think, it's very important that, I think, when student register for a PhD, he must think, how can I protect my IPR? Will I be able to get my patent? Can I design my experiments, I think, towards a patent point of view? Can I make sure that my research is more applicable and not just theoretical? Theoretical means incremental research, I think. What can I do? Can I talk to my professor? Can I develop some innovative ideas, I think, Can I follow innovative path, I think, Can I collaborate with research abroad? We never think of collaboration, I think. We never think, actually. See, like when I collaborated myself with Nobel laureate, my professor, I didn't ask my professor, shall I collaborate with him? It was my decision as researcher, I think. And that paid me off, I think. So, point I'm telling to you is that this pathway, I think, the collaboration is the most important pathway, I think, for the research innovation, I think. Like IIT Mumbai, for example, I think, has wonderful, I think, faculty for the nanotechnology. All my 8-10 students took entire facilities of IIT Mumbai, Center for Nanotechnology and Nanomedicine, I think, from IIT Mumbai. I didn't cry because Pune University didn't have the facility. We used to go to Mumbai once in a week, stay there for 2 days, use the facility, again come back, again do work there and go there. Continue, I think, for 10 to 12 years, I think. So that kind of perseverance, that kind of collaboration, that kind, I think, of understanding is very necessary, I think. If you cry, we don't have the, I think, TM, then it is of no use, I think. You can collaborate, share the facility, collaborate and share the facilities, and not only facilities, share the intelligence and expertise, I think. It helps for your progress, I think. So mindset for job, we have to change. It is not the same, I'm telling you. It's not the same, I think. Any other question? So before you do your research, you must think, what kind of research you want to do. Incremental research, fundamental research, advanced research, and or you want to just applied research, I think. That you have to think very carefully. And applied research is going to be relevant, is going to be applicable. And what can I do for that, I think. That you have to keep mind very open. And unfortunately, it is my observation, when you join for the PhD in Indian university, that you simply join, hoping that I think will publish something and get a doctorate and go out, I think, go foreign country. And that is, I think, the whole idea I'm telling you. There's no concrete idea that here I'll do something creative, I think. There's no that kind of the confidence in our mind, I think. And I do not know why we have that confidence, I think. It's a lack, I think, of confidence, basically, I think. And that's why I must tell you that we always say India is doing very good job in information technology. But remember, we are the service providers. We have Infosys. We have Wipro. We have Tata Consultancy. They are running billions of dollars. So we are service providing nation. We do not have a fundamental contribution in the field of computer science and engineering, unfortunately. Because of mindset, I think, to provide service. That is the problem I'm telling you. That. So you should need, I think, the articles of Satya Nadella, I think, his view of developing technology, I think, how can able to be innovative, I think, And for that purpose, require, I think, a tremendous commitment, I think, in that level of the university, level of the IITs, level of the professor and the student, I think, When I heard that Samsung has 20,000 scientists working, you can imagine. And Samsung came out, I think, with the 5G. Now they are world leader. Imagine that, I think. So a number of brains come together and they work for a single goal, I think, technology becomes, technology development becomes easier, I'm telling you, I think. Whereas here, Indian university, a PH school is struggling, I think. Suppose a PH school is working, I think, for 5G, I think. One PH school work will not be sufficient for 5G, I'm telling you. Maybe can able to develop some algorithm, but that's all. But what further, I think, actually. So this kind of the research thing has to be taken into account, I think, by research community in India, by research scholars, I think, in a particular, I think. Any other question? I think you must ask, any question you can ask if you have in your mind, I think. Because that will be able to help you to understand what is reality, I think. And one thing I can tell you that if one IIT, and I think, like, for example, I think the Anil Aigwal, see, there are 240 people in the world today who have obtained patents, US patents more than 200. There are only 350 people in the world. Sorry, 350 people in the world. In 350 people, only one Indian is Anil Agiwal. So it's not, it's a product of India. It is ecosystem, I'm telling you. If ecosystem is the optimum, appropriate, enabling, it's a possible. Hey, one person could file 210 patents and get 210 patents. Why can't Indian people get this much patents, I think? Because we don't have the ecosystem. So therefore, again, it's very important to understand what is the ecosystem available at the institute where you're doing PhD, I think. Do the institute have the ecosystem for research and innovation, I think? For example, you are a very interested student, but professor is not interested in patent. I mean, it's unfair part, I think. A student is interested, professor is not bothered or not interested, the student get discouraged, I'm telling you. How can able to patent the technology in such environment? So you require enlightened supervisor, enlightened, I think, professor, who knows the value of patenting and who can encourage you, okay, this is the right path, you follow this path, I think, you get the US patent and you can able to transfer technology of patent to industry. That doesn't happen in India, I'm telling you. So it's a basically the mindset approach is a very narrow, I'm telling you, I think. And that is exactly a problem, I think, the developing technologies in the India, I think.
Sir, Utpal Das has something to say.
Yes, Utpal.
Sir, once again, I am coming. I just want to say that what you are guiding, this should be the ideal model on this system. Will the university of that till now you have rightly told that in is adopting the new format.
Yeah, correct.
How as
Okay. Now see what I said to you.
think the change should be started.
Yes, I got your point. I think. See, the National Education Policy 2020 has already approved a reorientation of PhD programs. And there I must tell you, now when students will able to apply, I think, for a PhD, his topic will be assessed, I think, very much, I think, carefully, I think, whether topic is applicable, whether some use, I think, for society or for the country, and not simply, I think, marrying, I think, not simply, I think, for, I think, the sake of publication that. Secondly, what is going to be important research, I think, for research is this, okay, what are the problems of the country? What are real problems of the country? In the field of agriculture, in the field of engineering, in the field of health, in the field of, I think, the social sciences, in the field of, I think, the nutrition, in the field of infections and diseases, in the field of epidemics, so on and so forth, I think. So, national education policy has decided to take the live problems for the PhD in all the spheres, in all the faculties, be engineering, or medical, or agriculture, or science, or technologies, or I think humanities, or social science, I think that. Our problems, I think, selection of the problem, like I said to you, 34,000 PhDs are produced in India per year. And 40,000 theses remain in the library. I want to say to you that how many theses are transferred into the patents? And how many patents are further transferred to the technology? And how many technologies are further being employed in reality? There's no correlation in this matter in India. And therefore, NEP 2020 has decided that, I think, now this has to be changed. And for that purpose, the government of India is now going to establish a National Science Foundation, NSF. And annual budget of National Foundation will be 20,000 crores per year. And here, the National Science Foundation, I have given detailed report, I think, to Government of India about establishment of National Science Foundation. What should be the working of the National Science Foundation? And I tell you, this National Science Foundation is specifically meant for developing research and innovation, specifically in Indian universities. Now remember, IITs, ICERs, they all are universities. We call it IIT means Institute of Technology. But remember, that is university. ICER, Indian Institute of Science, Education and Research, that's the university. So basically, this National Science Foundation is meant for development of research and innovation in universities in India including IIT, university, I think. Now here, the budget is going to be 20,000 crores per year, I think. And therefore, I sincerely feel this, I think. Already 2 years back, I had given the plan to Government of India about this, I think. Bharatiya Shiksha Mandal has given the plan for establishment of National Research Foundation for Development of Research and Innovation in India. Government approved, accepted, I think, and I think the process is going on, I think, about this, I think, establishing, I think, NSF, I think, very soon, I think. And that will enable the lot of funding for advanced research in Indian universities, I think. On the top of that, what is going to happen is that they're going to be hand-holding of universities. Expert scientists, senior researchers, industrialists, and entrepreneurs will have hand-holding of universities, including IITs, for this kind of development of technology, I think. Working on the live problems, I think. Working on problems of the need of the country. And this is how, I think, through National Science Foundation, I believe, this will, I think, take very soon, I think, actually. Very, very soon, I think, actually. And as I said to you, like, I think, orientation of PhD program, I think. Now, you must be able to publish international journal. But now, the more criteria, you must publish a patent. Patent is more important than the publication. And I told the 3P, patent, publish, and prosper. We don't prosper because we don't patent. Because we don't patent, we don't grow. We just publish. Only publish has no meaning, I'm telling you. It has making the mistake, I'm telling you. I'm not against a publication, but protect right through patent. So first a patent. See, I published my American patent in 1997, I think, I first a patent, and then 1998, I published into the international journal. But had I not patented, it would have been, I think, gone to the hands of America or other people of the world, I think. So first a patent. And to be patentable, your work has to have that quality. And suppose work is not patentable, that means you'll have to do more research, more experimentation, which is relevant, I think, to get the patent, I think. Your process has to be applicable. A research has to be the beneficial of use, I think. So you'll have to more research. Suppose if you publish a paper, and suppose your paper is data enough for the publication, a research, a PhD scholar, or postdoctoral scientist must think that, I think, I will work more than 6 months, do more experimentation, do more, I think, rigorous, I think, work, I think, and I'll see that my work becomes more beneficial in the form of technology, in the form of process, in the form of product. That kind of perseverance, that kind of patience, and that kind of mindset is very, very necessary, I think, research, I'm telling you. Unfortunately, these things are absent in India, I'm telling you. Everybody is in a hurry. A student is in a hurry. What a scientist in a hurry. I'm professor in a hurry, I'm telling you. We are happy in publishing a paper in impact factor, I think, of 10. And we will celebrate. But that is not the need, I'm telling you. Other than the professor must tell the student, PhD student, first a patent. It's a patentable. If that is not enough, do more work. We'll help you. I'll handhold you. I'll engage with you and get the patent. And once you get the patent, you transfer the technology to industry and get the benefit and then publish. What's the problem? There's no problem, but we don't follow the pathway of research. We don't follow the pathway, I think, of technology. And that is why India, there are no inventions. No invention in India because we don't patent. And I must share with you the true fact, which is, I think, very important. The World Intellectual Property Organization, WIPO, has published on data, I think. See, America patented in 2000, I think, 19 and 20. America filed 12 lakh patents. How much? 12 lakh patents America filed, American researchers. This is data as per World Intellectual Property Organization, WIPO, in Switzerland, in which they look after all the intellectual property or the patent in the world, I think. China published 16 lakh patents, I think I'm telling you. 16 lakh patents they published. India, 45,000 patents. Out of 40,005 patents, I must tell you, 70% were published by non-resident Indians. Out of 45, 70% are produced by 70 to 75% produced by non-resident Indians. Means Indians working in multinationals. Suppose I'm Indian, but I'm working for international Samsung or Bosch, and by doing research in India, I am publishing for patent on name of the Samsung, but patented in India. By that way, 70 to 75% patents are by non-resident Indians. Indians who come abroad to work here in multinational companies. They are NRIs, non-resident Indians. They come here as scientists, work here, and then they patent, and they go back to, I think, their adopted country. But what about Indians in India? Indians in India publish only 10% of only 4,000 patents published. Of the people of a country of 130 billion people, only 4,000 patents. Again, question comes, out of 4,000, how many are useful? How many are real patents? How many technology transferred? All questions and questions and questions I'm telling you. I am telling you the real data of patenting in India in 2022, 2022. These are problems I'm telling you. And the students are encouraged to apply for the patenting, or get the patent actually, and become patent owner in form of invention. I think that's not happening in India, I'm telling you. And that is the problem. And professor says that, oh, actually, काम हो गया, thesis submit हो गया, you publish paper, now you're free, you go. Again, a student comes. But there's no continuity of that work further to get the patent, I think. So patent culture is missing, I'm telling you, in India. And that is the reason we are not progressed, I think, in case, I think, of the industrial knowledge, I think, or applicable knowledge in general, I think. And therefore, Modi ji says, I think, Prime Minister says that we have become knowledge society. We have knowledge. We have knowledge of research. But that knowledge of research is not transferred into economy. And to transfer into economy, you require a application of patent or invention in reality, I think. And that is missing in Indian universities or IITs. Of course, some professors do get patent, but that's very rare, I think, not very common, I think. Not very common. So this is the picture, I think, in the reality, I think, in our patents in India. And therefore, when students join for PhD anywhere in India, university, state university, center university, DST Institute, Research Institute, CSR Institute, or State Government Institute, or anywhere, I'm telling you, ask questions. My objective is not only PhD. I must patent. I must grant a patent. And I must develop, I think, a product out of my research, I think. That should beginning of your research, I think. And what is happening? Professor doesn't know. He says that chalega. And chalega chalta hai na. There has to be combined effort of professor and student in developing the patenting, developing the technology, developing, I think, what is called, I think, as research. I call this as an engagement of professor, a guide with the students, I think. And that doesn't happen in India, I'm telling you. See, I am hardcore research, I'm telling you. I discuss with my students hours and hours and hours. When I have some free time, we have a cup of coffee. We discuss science, research, over a cup of coffee, I think, every day, I think. So that kind, I think, of engagement of the students by guide is necessary thing for development of students' research culture in the universities and students, I'm telling you. It's not a question of coffee, it is an occasion, I'm telling you. On that occasion, we discuss the students, we share with the students, I think. You see that they're following the right path, I think. And this path leads, I think, what you call, I think, development of science, I think. It doesn't come just by publication, I'm telling you. It doesn't simply come by publication, I think. So this is one phenomena, publish or perish. Patent, publish or perish, I think. So we have to go behind that, I think. And I think now, because of national education policy, I think, and so many universities, I think, the new thinking has, I think, started, I think. And therefore, while appointing the professors in the universities, we must appoint only intelligent people in the universities, the researchers in the universities, and not simply because passing the, this, what you call this, I think, UGCS and NET examination. That is not the criteria, I'm telling you. It's just exam, I'm telling you. But real criteria, one who has done advanced research, one who has knowledge, one who has patents, one who has technology should be taken as a professor in the university. So that professor of science and technology will inspire young generation of students in universities and IITs, I think. And that is for India. I want to look forward for India, I think. Yes. So what I want to say to you, any other question? Any other question, my friends? You may find my answers, I think, a bit hard to accept, but I'm telling the truth. The truth is always bitter. And I just don't want to tell you, acha, acha hoga, acha hoga. I'm telling like that. I'm telling the truth. What is the fact of think of research in India? And I think you must realize that you don't follow this path of research, I think. Now, another important aspect, I think, of research, I think, development of cognitive skills, I think. Now, again, cognitive skill means ability to think independently, number one. Ability to think, ability to interpret, and ability, I think, to express in the form of writing, I think. So these are the three important cognitive skills, I think, in case I think of the research, I think, and you must be able to nurture, I think I'm telling you. Many students ask question to me that, sir, how to nurture these cognitive skills, I think. And like I told you, thinking, I think. I give some example, some analogy. As a research scholar, we read the paper. We read 1 time, 2 time, 3 time, and then I think we make use of the method from that paper. We do make use of that method, I think, and we do our research, I think, like that, and we forget, I think, about the paper, I think. Take another paper, again, another method, I think, and so on and so forth, I think. The point what I want to say to you, I think, see, I must share with you, the methods can be developed. I remember one example to you. In 1996, I think I was developing one method of growing bacteria, which is aerobic. Pseudomonas aerogenes grows aerobically, but I wanted to grow anaerobically. So it was a very hard job. So what I did that, I did the literature search, I think, of methods for growing aerobacteria anaerobically. And then I realized that Urey paper, Urey, I think that research journal research paper from 1970 to the 1925 years, I got, I think, 15, 20, I think, papers in which they describe the method. Growth of aerobic bacteria under anaerobic condition. I created all the 20, I think, the papers, wrote down the 20 methods of each paper on separate page. And then I did the correlation analysis of each method and found that what is common in each method, in each paper, and what's the difference. And I look at that, some method has some different, I think, points, different, I think, variations. And I found that there are 7 variations in 7 different papers. And what I did that, I put all the 7 variations of 7 researchers into one, I think, a method, and I developed my own method. I put all the 7 variations, 7 points, modified methods of 7 researchers into one, and I developed my own method of growing bacteria anaerobically. I'm surprised that that method was found to be the most superior and most accurate and most reproducible. The point I'm telling, now suppose had I thought it, and let us follow one particular method and continue our work further. Probably I would have missed, I think the discovery, I think, of the something new, I think, because bacteria growing aerobically grows anaerobically, shift into the metabolism of bacteria, and different, I think, everything is changed, I think, something new phenomenon, I think. I was able to see from minute 0 to 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 24 hours, I could able to observe the process of anaerobic growth during the experimentation, 24 hours non-stop. And I noted that the transition start from aerobic anaerobic after 6.5 hours in that. And completes, I think, within, I think, say 13.5 hours. But we were keeping for 24 hours that it is not required, I'm telling you. I repeated the experiment. And I'm telling you, I was able to recover mass of 25 liters of bacterial mass I collected, which I got 0.5, almost I think I'll tell that half a gram, half a kg, but 25 liter. So all this become possible because I got thought ingeniously. I think that differently, that if I do by this way, what will happen? I think if I don't ask what will happen? If I observe the process, what will happen? So observation during the progress of the work, progress of experimentation is a important pathway for research innovation, I'm telling you. And I could able to catch the the transition between aerobic and anaerobic. Had I not seen their continuous observation, I would have lost, I think, that and result would have been failed, I think. The point I'm telling to you. So this is how when develop a new method, I think, new technique, I think. You must be able to give sufficient time and thinking to develop new method or new technique, I think. And this is not for one method. It's applicable to all the methods I'm telling you. This is how new methods of research are developed, I think. New method innovations are developed, I think. And that you must be able to, I think, do that. So coming back to the point that ability to design and redesign the experimentation is of paramount importance, I think, in research methodology, I'm telling you. Reproduction of result is again of most important in research and research design. And there are a number of pitfalls, I think, in the reproduction, I think, of the data, of the method, I think. And that must be, I think, stopped, I think, in case of this kind of approach of research, I think. So design thinking, design of experiment, I think, redesigning of experiments, I think, and it's a validation by repetition by 3 to 4 times, and proving with the statistical analysis like ANOVA is very important, I think. And if you follow this path, then and then, you can say very clearly, my research is more authentic, my research is reproducible, my research is genuine, my research is authentic, and therefore my research is applicable, and therefore my research is patentable, and this is my contribution for technology. My friends, I'm telling you, it takes a lot of, I think, confidence and courage to build up this research pathway, I'm telling you. You build up your own pathway, I'm telling you. Who told me get a patent in 1997? Remember, sir, 1991, 1992. I used to go to Jhelum Express from Pune to Delhi. 20 times I might have gone for applying the patent, I think. I'm applying patent of my student, and guide is going to Delhi for 20 times. In cold, in winter, in rainy season, hoping that our work is genuine, work is new discovery. I must protect, I think, the patent. It is national property. It's not just my peer student. I consider this new discovery is national property of the government of India, of Bharat Sarkar. I think that I went 20 times to New Delhi for filing the patent, and it's all follow-up, I'm telling you, I think. His role of the teacher, I'm telling you, perseverance of the teacher to support the student, to help the students, I'm telling you. I didn't tell student, it's not my work, you go and file a patent in Delhi. The point I'm telling you, so that engagement of research scholars by a professor, by research guides is most important, I'm telling you, in development of science and technology. And I expect any people able to provide that kind of impetus, I think, for researchers in our country, I think. And things will change, I'm telling you, I think. Things will change. Now, there's a concept called as a mindset, I think. I think, last month I visited the University of Stanford, I think. And in Stanford, there is one professor of psychology called Carol Dweck. In 1991, they asked a question about the mindset, I think. I don't know how many of you know, I think, about the mindset for research. It requires a mindset, I think. Mindset is capacity of my mind to accept the challenges, I think, to believe in the challenges and putting into the function from your side, I think. Carol Dweck, I think, a professor of psychology at Stanford, noted that, I think, from observation, she studied thousands of students from Stanford University, from undergraduate programs, I think. Stanford is research university. And one of the peculiar parameter peculiarity, I think, of the research university has undergraduate programs, not just MSc and MTech and PhD. A research university like Stanford, Harvard, Columbia, the most important parameter of research university is presence of undergraduate education. Friends, and research start from undergraduate education. Research seminars, research presentation, research work, research dissertations. publication of staff and undergraduate education. They are taught like that, they are groomed like that, I'm telling you. I think. And when they come, I think, when they have this training, and when they come for masters, I think they take off, publish patent, write the papers, publish papers, and when they come for PhD, they are trained researchers, I'm telling you. So this is a culture of research, I'm telling you. This is, my friends say that we do not know what is research until the MSc, which is unfortunate, I'm telling you. It's not fault of university, it's fault of student, I'm telling you, I think. Like I studied in Pune University in 1980, we didn't have research dissertation, but I did on my own because of my interest, because I want to do something creative, I think. I did when I submitted my thesis to the research, examiner asked me, why did you do that? Sir, this is my interest. I wanted to be creative. I wanted to contribute something. I want to publish something. I work extra. This is not for mass in examination, for practicals. This is my thesis to show you what I have done, what research I have done in MSc. I didn't show for getting more marks for the practicals, I'm telling you. I told examiner. Our entire research of MSc microbiology was done on PhD, my research work on MSc, which I did, I think, which was subsequently published, I'm telling you. So this is the mindset I'm telling you. I want to be creative. I want to research. But had I said that there is no in syllabus, why should I spend time? It would have happened. And I was only odd student in my 10 students batch in Pune University who did research independently in MSc microbiology in Pune University. So that is the spirit of research I'm telling you. It comes from you and you have to nurture that actually. And therefore, after studying I would like to say to you that after studying tens of thousands of undergraduate students at Stanford University, Professor Carol Dweck, a professor of psychology in Stanford, established a theory called a theory of mindset, I think. Theory, I think, of mindset. Now, here in theory of the mindset, I think, remember that, I think, there are two kinds of mindset, I think. The one mindset, I think, is called, I think, one mindset is called, I think, as a fixed mindset. And another mindset is called, I think, as a fixed mindset. And another mindset is called, I think, as a positive mindset, I think. Now, what is I think, the fixed mindset, I think, it's very important to understand the concept of the fixed mindset, I think. In case of fixed mindset, which we discovered of 1994, I think, by Carol, I think, Dort, I think, that people believe that abilities are fixed. They are inborn. For example, some people say, I'm not clever, I'm not intelligent, because I'm like this right from my birth, like my birth, I think. And because I'm not intelligent, I'm not going to become clever or intelligent. I'm not going to be changed. So in short, fixed mindset believe that qualities are inborn. They're fixed inborn. And you can't make any change into that. It's called as a fixed mindset. Whereas in case of growth mindset, according to theory, they believe that the qualities can be developed and strengthened by your hard work and by commitment. The qualities can be developed, can be achieved, can be nurtured, developed, and strengthened by your hard work and positive thinking. And also commitment. This kind of mindset called as a growth mindset. And I will tell you that, the growth mindset is of paramount importance for the development of research and innovation, I think. Many times what happens, I think, and that I think, that kind, I think, of the growth mindset is always important, I think, and students are taught to explore it, I think, attempt, I think, embrace the new experimentation, I think. In Stanford University, they develop, I think, growth mindset by telling the student to explore, by telling the students, I think, to embrace the new experiences, or by telling the students, I think, the new challenges, or give the problems to students, I think, solve the problems. And students are solving the problem in the laboratory by working, I think, on the problems independently and tackling the problem by number of ways, by number of experimentation, I think. And if they make, I think, any mistake while taking the challenges or doing the experimentation, they don't see the mistakes, I think, as setbacks, I think. But they make errors, they make mistakes while doing the independent work at undergraduate level, but they take this, I think, but they think this errors, I think, as a, what we call a thing as opportunity. Opportunity to put them into the positive. Opportunity, I think, to do, I think, this, convert into the, what you call, I think, as a good thing, actually. The setback or the mistake. They few setback or mistake as an opportunity to learn. That is what I mean, that we learn from negatives. Even the experiment fails, we learn from the failed experiment too. So therefore, to me, is a failure of experiment also equally important. It must be accepted. Failure must be accepted, and not the failure must be documented. It's very important. Generally, what happens now, the Indian students, they do not write the, if experiment goes wrong, we don't write. I believe that in the documentation of research work, in research notebook, we must be able to document, write in detail, even the failed experiment. Because by failed experiment, you document that how it went failed, where it failed, and why it failed. And that becomes a learning for the next experiments, I think. This is very, very important. Therefore, the people who have the growth mindset, I think, they take failure as opportunity to learn. And therefore, because of that, they work hard, more commitment, I think, and work on the problem and solve the problem, I think. And this is how I think, very important, I think, for, I think, the mindset, I think, for research, I think. And one thing I must tell you, again, for research methodology, I think, the human brain, I told you, has infinite knowledge, I think. Infinite knowledge. I always tell my research students, I think, see, when you want to see some information, nowadays, instead of going to library or going to book, what students do, they go to Google and see, give that keyword, what it may be, and they try to say, oh, instant information they get, I think. I sincerely feel as a scientist, as a researcher, I think, don't go to Google, I think. Instead of going to Google, open the mind, open your brain. And believe me, my friends, brain has infinite knowledge, much more knowledge than internet, I'm telling you, which cannot be stored into the internet, I'm telling you. So open the mind and think, I think, about that particular phenomena, about that particular problem, about that particular thing, question, continuously, I'm telling you, and live with the problem. Stay with the problem. Think about the problem continuously. And I'm telling you, the human brain will come out, I think, with the new neural connectivity, neural networking, which is able to say to you, give to you new thoughts, new ideas, I think, new inventions, I'm telling you. I'm telling you from own experiences, I think I'm telling you. You don't have to go to Google, I think. Question, do we open our mind, I think. And my students, I must tell you, I think, this kind of neural plasticity, I think, in which I think, the brain can be, I think, develop, I think, brain can change, I think, brain can change the mindset, I think. And remember, the positive mindset is very, very important for research and innovation, I think. And here, apart from cognitive skills, I think, the positive mindset plays, I think, very, very, I think, very important role. And remember, by continuous thinking, I think, and on particular topic, particular problem, particular theme, I think, what happens, I think, the neural pathways are developed. New pathways develop in the brain, I'm telling you, I think. The signaling takes place in the brain about the new concept, new ideas, I think. Sometimes I wonder how Buddha got enlightenment, I'm telling you. Buddha wanted to know the truth of world, I think. Buddha got enlightenment. Same thing happened, I think. Buddha thought for 6 years, day and night, I think, about the truth of about enlightenment, I think. And Buddha got enlightenment, I think, because of this, I think, because the brain development, I'm telling you. Ultimately from the brain or neuroplasticity, I think. And this is what I have to tell that, that, you can have you can wire your brain, I think, and wire your brain into the, as a habit, I think. And this habit of thinking, on a problem, on a solution, on a hypothesis is a must be continued process, I'm telling you. And that's what great philosopher and scientists like, I think, Lord Gautam Buddha, I think, in that, or Mahavir, I think, they thought by that way, I think. So what I want to say to that, that mindset can be developed, I think, by continuous thinking, I think. And therefore, I made the first of my sentence, thinking is the first pathway of research innovation that, And my friends, believe me that I think we don't think about science, we don't think about the research, we don't think about the inventions. We think only doing PhD, tell the problem, tell the methodology, we'll do it, submit result, publish paper, give degree, we'll go away, finish. We don't become philosopher of science. We don't develop, we don't cultivate our mind, I think. An objective of our education, research is cultivation of the mind, I think. Through form, I think, of neuroplasticity, I think, and remember that, I think, the development mindset will able to enable, open the gates, I think, of your brain, I think, towards, I think, new discovery, I think. At the same time, I think that, you can always, I think, convert your mindset, I think, for the fixed mindset to the positive mindset, I think, And therefore, I told example, I think, I discovered of the G protein, I think, in 1990, I think, 6, I think, as I said to you, I collaborated with the world Nobel laureate Arthur Kornberg from Stanford University, I think. I didn't know Stanford. I knew his work from the publication, from paper. I never met him. We never talked anything there. But when I got my work and when I saw his publication, I wrote email, I think, around, I think, 10 o'clock in the morning, I think. And by evening, I got letter. I got email. Your research work seems exciting, I think, And yes, I am ready to collaborate with you, I think. That thought came from my mind, I'm telling you, I think. Nobody told me that you should write to Nobel laureate, I think, or not. I didn't have any doubt in my mind that he would not answer my query. Why should I have doubt? I'm telling you. I thought, let me try. Let me explore. And Nobel laureate wrote after 8 hours and that, yes, I saw your mail. I think that your work seems very interesting. I think I'm ready to collaborate with you. And my postdoctoral fellow will be in touch with you, I think. My friends, I discovered G protein, first time back to the world, I think, in that, which is RAS oncogene, I think, of humans, I think, which causes cancer in humans, I think. 97, I had to come back to India, I think. But I'm very happy to note that, I think, this paper has been cited 10 times by Nature and 7 times by Nobel laureate in G proteins, I think. Sometimes I feel that, had I stayed in America and continued the protein, this work, I think, probably I would have got a Nobel Prize, I think, in G proteins, in G proteins in microorganisms, I think. But I had to come to India and I had commitment for my university, in Pune University. I came back to India. The point I'm telling you, Nobel Prize is not important, I'm telling you. Getting prize is not important. But what is most important? Through development of mind, I think, I remember one postdoc saying that Dr. Chopre, Professor Chopre, through your, I think, mind development, I think, through a positive mind, he didn't know positive mind by that time, but through your, I think, willpower, he used the word that, you could able to get the G protein by hands. You get the G protein out of solution by your own hands, I think. That's what American scientists talk to me, I think. And he said that, yes, I was living with the problem. I dreamt about the problem. I thought about the problem. Open the mind that, I'm so proud to tell you, in 6 months time, what didn't happen 1.5 years, work for 6 months that, and we came out a great discovery of G protein discovery in microorganisms, I'm telling you. It's only possible because of highest commitment, highest perseverance, I think, that belief, I think, positive mindset, I think, and developing a mind, I think. I hope, I think, research methodology workshop, you all research scholars, I think, keep in mind that thinking is the first pathway for research and innovation. That if you want to be successful scientist, I think, follow these pathways, I think, and then I think, I'm sure that we'll be able to succeed, I think, in your, I think, life, I think, as a researcher or as a scientist, I think. With this brief, I think, the observation, I'll stop here, I think. Now, if you have any question, you can able to ask me, I think.
Thank you, Professor Chopre. So it is a very nice introduction and very nice talk. So many participants have got very good aspirations from your things, how to do research, particularly innovation, startups, and particularly how to do mindset to do fruitful research. You have mentioned very nicely. So let's participant ask some questions. We have already time is 2:11. We're running out of time, but still we can give chance to some.
One, two questions. They may ask if they have any question.
Yeah.
So I have unmuted Surya Narayan Ganta. Hello,
Hi.
Dr. Surya Narayan Gupta.
Yes, doctor.
Am I audible, sir?
Audible. So please ask your question.
Yeah, no question, sir. Actually, today's session is very nice session, sir. Even the time of the is giving the very good information regarding the research and the incubation, as well as first of all we have to ready for the mentally for the research work. Don't bother about the institution, whether it is IIT, NIT, or autonomous systems, or the affiliated colleges also. Those who are having the interest their own, I think we should like accolade the source set. And even Sahu sir also raised very nice points, as well as overall the today nice session, sir. So we are happy to attend for the today's session. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the nice comments. So it's very nice. Thank you.
Hello.
Amarnath Prasad.
Hello.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good
Am I
afternoon.
audible?
Audible.
Yes,
You are
you're
audible.
Sir, this is Amarnath Prasad. I am here at NILD, National Institute of Locomotor Disability, completed just my master's in prosthetics and orthotics. Sir, in our field, we are having we have to deal with the prosthesis and orthosis. We deliver prosthesis, orthosis to the disabled people.
Yeah.
So in our case, how come we can think of the process that you elaborated on, patent, then publish, then prosper? So point is, sir, in our case, we are delivering prosthesis. Those are individual to the individual patient. They are the product, but these products are individualized products to the individual patient conditions. So they are medical products that we are giving. Our methodology are not that much standard. And as per the international standard, they are not that standard. So as you were saying regarding method patenting, can it be possible in our field that we can
It's
think of
possible.
patenting methods?
Certainly possible. See, that's what I'm saying. It's certainly possible. Your information, you do one thing. You go to United States Patent Office website, and give this, I think, patents on prosthetic in your area, I think, and you come to know that a large number of patents are published in your area. Now, your product may be, I think, individual specific. Doesn't matter, I think, So what? It could be individual specific, I think, but the process in general, the process can be patented.
Okay, sir.
The product can be patented and process can be patented, I think. Process in this case, what happened now, since you individual now, so product will be very different products, I think. But process can be, I think, patented, I think. And even the product can be patented. So please go to the website, I think, of the USPT, United States Patent Office, and you're able to come to know, I think, similar kind of patents, I think, and then try to follow them, I think. Hello?
Yes, sir.
Okay. 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 You be in touch with me. I'll help you. Just a minute. I'll come. In a minute. I'll come. Sorry. Hello. See, so please, I think, do this, I think, a search, I think, on US Patent Office and European Patent Office. Also, you go to the European Patent Office, like, for example, German Patent Office, UK Patent Office, Australian Patent Office, and give that, I think, prosthesis, I think, patents on prosthesis, I think that. So you get a lot of idea. But certainly your work will be patented, I think. No doubt, I think. Also try to search in Indian, I think. I think India, there are no patents in this area, I think. Something Jaipur food, something like that, na?
Hello. Yes, sir. There is a patent Jaipur put is having no patent, but latest they are doing some standardization in Jaipur.
See, what happened in our country, unfortunately, now we are not exposed to the patent culture. Unfortunately, I think there are many good things in India.
Right.
Like
No, no,
essentially Jaipur food. Why can't we? I think a patent Jaipur food. Certainly, we can able to patent because what happened now, somehow because of lack of that information, we didn't do that. But certainly, it is my feeling that it can be done. It will be done, I think. So, you please,
there is institutions who deal with the patent. That is called NRDC, National Research Development Council, NRDC.
NRDC very slow. I'm telling you, very slow. I think.
But whatever things, it is still
but they do that. I think. Very slow. But I can tell you, TIFAC is Technology Information Future Center in New Delhi of DST. They help quite a lot about the patenting. I think TIFAC Center in New Delhi. But before you apply, you go to TIFAC, you do this research, which I told you very thoroughly, and download the patent, see how is it process patent or the product patent, how they have done it, when they did this, and as per that you follow it, and then you can do it, I think yourself. So it's 100% possible.
So one more person I requested, Prema Jyoti.
Yeah.
So, can you please unmute Prema Jyoti?
Yes, sir. I have unmuted her.
Very good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sir, am I audible?
Yeah, audible.
Yes, you're audible.
Yeah, sir. This is Dr. Premachuri from Bangalore University, sir.
Yes, madam.
Yeah, sir, I just wanted to take your suggestions and some of the strategies I would like to develop. So whatever the way.
So your voice is breaking.
So it's a bit to implement in the process of policy making. But while in the process, we are not getting the right support or coordination from the bureaucrats. So what would be the strategy we can make? I am from social work background, sir.
Social work background, I think. And what is the area you said?
Yes, sir. Social work.
What is area? Area of your work?
Your voice is breaking. You are not able to.
Huh? I'm not able to hear properly.
I did my PhD in quality of life of women victims of atrocities. Yes, sir.
Atrocity.
Premajyoti ma'am, your voice is breaking. So we are unable to understand.
Violence against women. Violence against women. Okay, sir, is it on now? Hello, sir. I'm putting in a chart.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. You can put it.
I wanted.
Violence against women.
Get me.
Sir,
I got you. I understand what you want to say. I think see. I think Dr. Prema Jyoti. One thing. Every state department has women's commission. State women's commission. Okay.
Yes,
so currently, every state has state women commission. So you can able to write your application to state women commission for funding violence against women, isn't it? So you please, I think, write application to for funding. I think and you give the plan, write a proposal, submit to them for the funding. You get support, I think, from them. Bureaucrats will not able to create any problem. Okay. If you submit a proposal to the National State Women's Commission, so one. Number two, the National Women's Commission, Government of India, New Delhi, also gives some support for this kind of work, madam, I think. So you have to write a proposal, research proposal, how you can able to reduce the violence among the women, I think, your, I think, methodology, approach, everything, and submit to them, and they'll able to support you. I don't think bureaucrats will have any problem, madam, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, sir.
See, if you ask a funding to bureaucrat, they will not able to give funding to you, madam. Okay. Got the point? But if you apply to proper, I think, funding agency and or Indian Council of Social Science Research. So I say, sir, that also going to apply as a research project, madam, in this area. Okay. Women's violence in India. And I think in Karnataka, you'll able to get, madam, lot of support, madam. And there is no question of bureaucrat, madam.
Okay.
But suppose I am bureaucrat. For example, I am collector, for example. And if you ask money to me, I am not able to give money because I am not the right person. So you're asking to right people, bureaucrats, I think, wrong people.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
So if you don't have any questions, then thanks Professor Chopade and all the participants. Thank you.
Sahuji,
Yeah.
Sahu. Yeah, we'll stop now. And if possible, if you send the video to me, I'll appreciate very much.
Yeah, so we'll send video. So
yes, thank you. Thank you
video
very
is
much.
recorded. I think so. Kaushik, video is recorded, no?
Yes, sir. It is live in YouTube, in ICT channel. So
You can save,
we'll be sharing the link with sir.
Please, I think I appreciate very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Chopade. So thank you all. Thank you all.
Sahuji.
Yeah, thank you. So tomorrow we'll have talk by Professor. I think so. Day-3 is Rajesh Biniwal again, and his topic is novelty in research and additional thinking beyond prevailing methods and new method how to design. So that talk will be also very good. So please attend tomorrow talk. So tomorrow we'll meet at 10. So thank you all. So thank you Chopraji.
Yes, thank you.
Kaushikji. So we'll officially wind up today. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. See you.
See you. Thanks.
Thank you, Aryavatta Sahu sir. Thank you, Professor Chopade sir. So I'll be ending the link from my end. And thank you all the participants for attending today's session. We'll all meet again tomorrow. Thank you, sir.